I told you we won't stop. I told you we won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Take that. Nah, for real, for real. Alright, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. By the way, my name's Versatile, aka the Akibuda Trust and Neighborhood Trust when it comes to all things reactions. If there's a bit of a delay, listen, I'm gonna try and sort that out. I can't even lie to you right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to sort that out, to be honest. But I'll figure it out. And we could hold up. Yeah, I thought, you know what I mean? Like, there's a bit of a delay, but it's what it is, right? All right, so boom. Like, you see the title, you see the title, all right? So what I need you to do right now, before we get into it, I need you to make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you turn on the bell notifications, because more things are coming, you know what I'm saying? Like, not more, sounds wild when talking about Diddy's case, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know the deal, you know the drill. Get me? You like content in regards to hip-hop in general, got content coming towards that. You like content in regards to sports, got more coming in regards to that. Got, you know what I mean? Just stay tuned. If you like my personality, by the way, yeah, just hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, turn on the bell notifications. Whenever I'm live, you're notified. You can watch there and then. Whenever I post anything, you're notified. Do you understand? And then you can watch, like, comment, all that. But yeah, let's just get straight into it. But yeah, so let's just do a recap here. So the recap is so let's start from the very beginning. So this is a quick recap. So in fact, should we do the recap? The quickest recap I can do in regards to this case is he was convicted of 2 out of the 5 charges. So the 3rd of October, today is the day he's obviously going to be sentenced. So you know what I mean? Let's see how many years he gets or how many months. So you know what I mean? Because it's been a long journey. Do you know what I mean? Like, in fact, maybe we will get into that situation now. Yeah, while we get more people into the building. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm sorry, I just got that song in my head. I thought I've told you that we can't stop. You know what I mean? Because he's about to do Fed time. Get me? And be a pie filler. Get me? Because there's no way out. Like, that's essentially it. There's no way out. Pun intended. All right. So 2023, initial civil allegations and lawsuits. So November 16th, 2023, Cassie filed a civil lawsuit against Diddy, accusing him of alleged crimes against her over a decade. Diddy's claimed that she had demanded over $30 million in settlement, which she later settled, as reported, allegedly for $20 million. 17th of November 2023, the civil lawsuit is settled confidential. It was settled basically 1 day after the filing. Diddy maintains he basically denied allegations, while Cassie obviously wants compensation for, you know, the misconduct. But the thing is, you know, with that situation, when going through that, it was so detailed that, and I said it from that very beginning, oh, this is going to open Pandora's box. And lo and behold, look where we are right now. You understand? And so let's just continue doing the full recaps until we got more people in the building. I want to see more people on this live stream. If you're watching the replay back, then it is what it is. But if you're watching live, I want to see more people live. So if you're watching live, by all means, make sure you hit the share button and share this with everybody you know so they can watch this. Yeah. Because, yeah. Anyway. So late 2023 to early 2024, a wave of additional civil lawsuits follow from various individuals. I'll name names, but it's just long to name names right now, alleging the crimes against them by Diddy. And then obviously 2024, so let's say from March 25th, 2024, the federal agents from Homeland Security investigations, and like, they basically raided his home. Yeah. They raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami Beach, signaling a full criminal probe. And you know what's so mad? I remember, I don't know what date it was, because I haven't got it on my notes, but basically, and even 50 Cent alluded to it the other day, like, he like, which son was it? I don't know what son it was. Was it one of his sons, in it, like basically did a song saying you raided the wrong house. You raided the wrong house. What do you mean you raided the wrong house? Get me? That's just mad. Anyway, like we will get into the full sentencing. Don't get it twisted. Make sure you share. Get people to get me. Tell them to watch. Get me? So because sometimes we need a full recap, especially when it comes to things like this. We need a full recap to understand whether the sentencing he's going to get, is it going to be fair or is it going to be unfair? You understand? You have to build it up. If you know, you know. All right? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share with everyone. We want more people watching this live, right? All right, so March 17th, seeing as the video from the hotel showing the incident involving Cassie, Diddy tries to apologize with that fake apology video. Do you know what I mean? That was a terrible type of apology. But anyway, and September 16th, 2024, Diddy is arrested in Manhattan Hotel after a federal criminal indictment unsealed. He is charged with 5 counts of criminal acts. 5. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the 5. 5 criminal acts. Yeah. Which we now found out he's guilty of 2 of the 5. Yeah. And obviously he pleads not guilty, but is held without bail. Then obviously the trial and the verdict. We already know what the trial, how the trial ended in a way. So that's pretty much it in that circumstances. However, in regard to today's sentencing, it's important to understand that from the 30th, the prosecution team formally requested the judge sentence Diddy to 11 years and 3 months. So that's what, 135 months in prison. And the defense on the 2nd of October basically requested a sentence of no more than 14 months in prison. So either way, he's getting jail time. You understand? He's getting jail time. That's the most important thing. All right. So anyway, let's just get straight into what it is going to be. Let's see. But let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Like I said, I want to see more people on this live stream. So what you need to do is share this immediately. Yeah. The person, I'm gonna go to this one. Shout out to Tissa Tells. Get me. Shout out to Tissa Tells. So we're gonna watch this one. I think this is the latest one.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at.
As you can tell, we are live from the courthouse. It is day 1. Wait, do we want the sun? Here we go. It is day 1 of Diddy sentencing. Why do I say day 1? Because, all right, it is day 1 of Diddy sentencing. Hold on, is this public? Let's actually see. It is day 1 of, am I public? No.
All right, listen.
Let's see, I might not.
All right, listen. We're going to watch this, all right? See, this is the importance of certain things. Because, you know, when you go live, yeah, it's the same thing. You've got to make sure that everything is, do you know what I mean? Like, in a way that the setup needs to be good. But shout out to Tissa Tells. Give me, shout her out. She's been doing her thing, especially in regards to this whole Diddy situation and other stuff as well. Get me, subscribe to her channel and that. Get me. But also subscribe to my channel. Don't get that twisted. You understand? But let's just get straight back into it. Let's go.
Be public. Let me go out and come right back in. Hold on. Oh wait. I think I am public. Okay, here we go. All right, I was about to cancel the stream. Okay, you see me. Okay,
wait. No, I've got to pause that for a minute. You know how many times I've had to cancel the stream? Not like when I realized that the situation, what I thought it was. Mad thing. And then go again like a few seconds later or a few minutes later. It's mad. All right, listen. The things we have to do to make sure that we're all good for you guys. All right? But anyway, let's keep it moving.
One of everybody say thank you to Marie for doing my makeup. She did an amazing job. But anyway, listen, it's day one of Diddy's trial or Diddy's sentencing, okay? Why do I say day one? Because they are saying that, okay? Thank you, Makeup by Marie did my makeup. So listen, it's day one of Diddy's trial. What does that mean? The sentencing. Why do we say day one? Because it is expected, and we don't know for sure because it's up to the judge, but it's expected this might turn into a 2-day thing. Why a lot of media are bracing for this to turn into a 2-day thing. Why would it turn in 2 days? Because here's what's going to happen. The judge is going to go through the whole case. Every single detail, every single issue. Basically, he's making the case and laying the groundwork for why Diddy may or may not be seeing sunlight for the next 10 years. Side note, did you guys see the video that Diddy released? Diddy released something, I think like at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning. It was the 11-minute video that he wants the judge to see. I saw that video. That video was a montage of Diddy helping the kids, Diddy helping the community, Diddy doing so much. It was a whole
like, I'm a good guy. Look at me. I'm a good guy. I'm not a bad boy. Basically, I haven't even seen that video. I'm going if I can find that video and react to it, I probably will. But it's so interesting how when the chips are down, do you know what I'm saying? How certain people react in certain situations. But here's the thing. Don't do the crime if you don't want to do the time. And don't even think you're invincible and think you can get away with doing criminal activity just because, do you know what I mean? You may have seen someone else feel like they've gotten away with doing criminal activity. There's always a consequence to whatever you do, good, bad, or otherwise. That's just facts of life. Do you know what I mean? Some call it karma, some call it, I don't know what would you call it? Leave your answer in the comments below, but that's just the reality. You can't put yourself in the position where you do criminal activity and expect not to pay for those things. Do you know what I mean? It's just so, we're just in this situation now where Diddy, you know what I mean? Let me just call him Sean Combs. Sean Combs has to pay for his crimes. Do you understand? And if, I've said this before, I reckon he would have been convicted of all 5 charges if it was like after the 4th of July. You understand? So let's say, for example, if it started on the 4th of, or started on the 5th or the 6th of July or whatever, like the trial started then and it ended in what? Or it ended in, let me see, May, June, July. So August. So no, it's not on July, August, and it ended in September. I reckon he would have got 5. He would have been convicted of all 5 charges because everything interlinks. But anyway, here we go.
Montage. The funny thing about this montage is he didn't say anything. The footage from when he was like 19, 20 years old. The last time he did something good, the twins was this high on him. It was a mess. Did y'all see the video? The video was a mess. It just had old stuff, and it showed that he loved his family and that his family loved him. But I'm confused because even when there are rapists, where there are PDF files, when there are murderers, there are a bunch of people sitting there saying, no, we love them. They're the best person in the world. We love them. Please, God. Like, do you not think even the devil got his hitters sitting there testifying, arguing with God against arguing with God? Why you gotta do that? He was just doing this. All he wanted to do was play some music in heaven. Why did you kick him out? On top of that, what he showed was the charter school and said that he made so much stuff. A billionaire was running and the kids were like, what are you doing here? And he was like, yo, I'm running so you can get some free books from school, right? On top of that, what else did he say? He talked about the charter school. He didn't talk. It was nothing but music. And him doing a montage from when he was 20 years old. Talking about some, yeah, you got to do the best. You got to be the best. You got to inspire. And it was all these people hugging him.
And you know what I find interesting about that? It's the fact of, it's not to say that he's supposed to be this fully rounded individual where, yeah, he can do wrong, but he's human too. Yeah. It's just a case of the timing of it. It's the timing. And the reality is, just be accountable for your actions, isn't it? You know what I mean? Do I feel like that's going to soften the blow? No, I don't. And listen, we can fast forward this if we want to, but I don't like fast forwarding people's content, or my people fast forwarding my content nonetheless. So it's like, you know what? We're going to watch everything, and everything's going to make sense because look, she's live right there. So it just kind of makes sense. This is why I said, you know what? If we're going to react to this situation and see why there's no way out for Diddy during the sentencing for this bad boy, this is a prime example. Do you understand? This is an example. You have to build it up. So I already gave you the full recap of what he's. Do you know what I mean? What he's been accused. Yeah, to start more or less the starting point. That's one point in regards to this trial that leads up to this sentencing. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's important to understand. All right, what's his thought process or his defense's team, thought process in trying to soften the sentence? Because obviously they're gonna at least attempt something. Because let's be honest, it's like, all right, we know he's guilty of two. It's like the attorneys need to get paid, basically. You know what I mean? And don't know, maybe there's an extra bonus if it gets a lesser sentence. And I don't know. I don't really care about that. You know what I mean? I just care about the fact of the matter if he's getting sentenced. And I mean, there's something else that's also where his name's been mentioned. I think his name's been mentioned over 77 times. 77 times in one particular situation. Yeah, so if you want more info in regards to that, I'd suggest you hit the subscribe button, hit that notification, and once you do that, when you're notified, you will get the notification, and you better tune in there and then. But yeah, so yeah, people need to tune into that, and yeah, let's go.
Crying and acting like whatever, but in my mind, I'm like, this is having the opposite effect on me, because if you influence that many people, if you had that much influence on people, on children, on kids, if you had that much influence, then I think you need to be in jail, because they need to know that if you put your hands on a woman, if you engage in prostituting, rugs, and if you do it, it's not even the fact of what he did, it's how he did it. You need to know that if you do that, right, you will be kept in jail. There has to be some accountability. I know people think, for whatever reason, that putting their hands on a woman, forcing somebody to have drugs, keeping somebody coked and doing all this stuff. I know, like in the 80s, in the 90s, when Diddy was in his heyday, that might have been acceptable, but times have changed. Just like
it wasn't even acceptable back then. I think it was just more. Even then, yeah. Look, it's like you need to think about it from a logical standpoint. Why would you feel like you need to? Do you know what I mean? Do those type of acts to be able to get to a certain result? It doesn't even make no sense. Wouldn't you want to be in? I don't want to say in control of your. You want to have a full sense of surroundings, like everyone involved, like especially like if it's meant to be consensual, then obviously everyone needs to be fully aware of everything. They don't need to be. You don't need to do certain things to make them, you know what I mean? And like, to me, things just don't make no sense in regards to that. And even irrespective of that, in regards to the situation where he's putting his hands on women or whatever the case may be. Again, that's still a crime. Do you get it? That is still a crime. Don't get that twisted now. But anyway, let's keep it moving.
It'd be funny to roofie girls, and now it literally is a criminal offense.
Before using Uplearn, I was stuck on C's in all of my subjects, especially psychology and economics.
So, right? What do we know? Hold on. So, what do we know? We know that Judge Arun has to go through the whole case. He is going to go in and out of the case, but in going through the case, he's going to explain why he did what with sentencing. So he's going to go through the whole case. If he's done going through the whole case before lunchtime, then it's expected that we'll wrap up today and he'll be sentenced today. If he goes on past lunchtime, it's expected that this will roll into Monday. Why? Diddy got a billion lawyers, right? We got Xavier Donaldson, Nicole Westmoreland, Brian Still, Shapiro, Driscoll, and of course, Mark Agnifilio, right? They all, I think they want to all...
And not Alex Shapiro, by the way, a different Shapiro. Let's go.
Not all speak, but four of the lawyers who I'm guessing will be Xavier, Agnifilio, Westmoreland, and what's the other one? Oh, Brian Still, right? Hey, Area 35, thank you for giving 5 members.
I genuinely forgot Brian Still was part of the defense team. I genuinely forgot. And you know what's so ironic about that? You know when some people are like, oh, he hired Brian Still because, what's his name? Because he's going to help Diddy beat the RICO charges. Like, he was Brian. I think Young Thug was his lawyer. I think he was the lawyer for Young Thug's case as well. I believe it was. But I need you to understand something. Yeah, Young Thug may be a free man, yeah, or in his case, free woman. I mean, he did say he's a woman. He said that in one interview. So, hey, I'm using his words, right? Yeah. No, all jokes aside, even though he did say he's a woman, like he basically, he's not necessarily a free man. You understand? If you still got to go through probation, you're not free. No matter how many years, months, you're not free. You didn't beat the charge. If anything, you're more tied up. You just got to move in a way where you can't move freely. Basically, there's limitations of what you can and can't do. Say and don't say. There's limitations. Because I remember when some people were like, "Oh, that means he can't rap about certain lyrics or boom, boom, boom. What now? He has to make gospel songs." That means you're not free. Not to say gospel music ain't good, because gospel music is great. You know what I mean? There's a lot of great gospel music, by the way. But I'm saying, as far as Young Thug's situation, how is he going to maneuver? Do you get it? And apparently, anyway, I don't want to talk about his latest album because I've not heard it, and it'd be unfair for me to judge the album if I've not heard it. So if you want me to react to that, let me know in the comment section below, and maybe I'll react to it. But yeah, let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Thank you. You guys make sure you say hi, and thank you to Area 35 for doing it. They're expected to speak. Why aren't Shapiro and Driscoll going to speak? Because Shapiro and Driscoll are the lawyers that are going to be handling his appeal. Diddy is going to have to appeal, even though bad luck for people that think that Diddy's going to get that appeal. When on the constitutional issue on whether he engaged in prostituting, Judge Arun, first of all, denied the motion for new trial and denied the motion for acquittal. But the motion for new trial, which was the biggest, I think, chance he had of actually getting free, the motion for new trial, the reason why that was so bad for Diddy is Judge Arun made an airtight case. He used Diddy's words. He used his lawyer's words. He used the Cassie's testimony, Jane's testimony. He used so much. He shored it up. He said, first of all, you pretty much admitted. Second of all, just because you film something doesn't make it art. Third of all,
sorry, I'm about to say something. You know what you're saying? First of all, I'm like, first of all, if you've been left up Ukraine, hear me. It's funny because on my other device, I was doing research on a particular subject in regards to Tupac. Ironically, you know what I mean? Diddy, at this time, he was known as Puffy, as Puffy. So it's like, yeah, like, anyway, that's up. But basically, I don't want to talk too much on that because let's just focus on this. But if you're interested in what I've got a potentially coming up soon. Make sure you turn on the bell notifications. Get me, so when you're notified when that goes live, when it's up or whatever the case may be, you're notified. You can watch there and then. You understand? That's how it go. But yeah, man, let's go.
This is the legal definition of prostituting. Okay, so Diddy was pretty much done for after that. Hold on, let me tie my dress. I had a really cute outfit to wear today. For those of you guys that care why we take this interlude. But this New York weather, I don't understand it. I thought it was going to be so warm. I had a cute little outfit. And I went out last night and it was 46 degrees. I said, oh no, oh no. Not even the long sleeves. Let's bring the back wings out. This is...
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore.
And it works?
Oh, like you wouldn't believe.
My outfit, in case anybody cares. Okay, you guys don't care. Okay, fine, I'll get back to work. Okay, ready? God. Okay, fine, I'll stick to it and get back to work. In any case, so when it comes to it, the judge left no room for an appeal. And let me tell you something. Appeal is a very, very, very high burden to me. And here's the thing with appeal. It's not about whether there's evidence. You can't just show evidence wasn't presented in court. You must show two things. One, there was either a procedural error, an error of law, procedural error that the judge made or the court made. And we all know that's not what happened, right? Because Judge Arun said, not on my watch, right? Oh, Terry Berkeley, thank you for joining the Title Talks family. There must be a procedural error, or there must be new evidence. But hold on. Then you have to show a second burden, that not only was the new evidence there or something that could have gotten you off, but you have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that what happened? Beyond a reasonable doubt that it would have made sure, and the jury would have said, you know what, they can go free. That's a high measure to make. Not only is it something that they did wrong or something that you didn't see, but it would have allowed you to go free. The jury would have found you not guilty had they heard that evidence. That is a very, very high bar to reach. Most people don't. Judge Arun.
And here's the thing here. This is why I'm grateful that we're, like, I personally like to, in regards to certain cases there, it's always good to go through a source that is close to the situation. So clearly Tista tells he's in New York. She went to, you know what I mean? She's been covering, do you know what I mean? The case. Like, to be honest, I wish I kind of reacted properly in regards to the whole thing. I might go back and do it. I don't know. No, I won't. I've got mine up. It is what it is. But look, the reality is this, yeah. The way she broke that down, I think you need to understand this. And especially those who are Diddy defenders, yeah. You need to understand that when it comes to the law, or federal law, there are things that are not what you may seem, if that makes it. Not in a bad way or not in a good way, just things are what it is. Do you know what I mean? And the way she's breaking it down, it makes so much sense. Do you know what I mean? So that's another thing. It's like, this is why I believe, and I still could be wrong, but this is why I believe that, again, remember the verdict was reached on what? On the 2nd of July. That's 2 days before the 4th of July. And what is the 4th of July? American Independence Day. So imagine you're on the juror, you're one of the jurors, you're in the jury, and even you're part of the prosecution team, you're part of the defense team, but especially the jury team, you want to wrap up the case. You want to wrap up this trial. You're on jury duty. You want to wrap up this trial. Everybody, like, I kid you not, yeah. When I say there was a episode of, and I think I put it in my thing, but there's an episode of episode of My Wife and Kids where they had the Michael Kyle Sr. and Janet Marie Kyle, like, she basically, I mean, both of them have jury duty. You understand? And they wanted to wrap it up because I think there was an event going on the next day or whatever the case may be, but everyone already made the decision. And then here comes Janet Marie Kyle. You know what I'm saying? She like, we're gonna go through this properly. I don't think there was one individual. Maybe there was. Maybe there was one individual that was like that. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like everyone was just fed up and like not fed up, but the timing in it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said if it was after the 4th of July, I not guarantee because there's no guarantees, but like I had the feeling, and you can leave answer the comments below. Do you also have the feeling that he would have been convicted of all 5 charges? Because I do believe it could have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's if the case is where okay, being convicted of 2 of the 5 charges, but then if he's acquitted of 3 of them, then if the defense is saying, oh, we can prove that he would have been acquitted or he should be acquitted of all those charges because at the end of the day, we can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that he is innocent. But if the judge is saying, nah, do you know what I mean? This is a watertight case, boom, boom, boom. Again, this is not saying it verbatim, but you get the point. Let's go.
Showed that even Diddy's argument, it was an argument for law school. Yeah, on the books in the class of law school, you can argue back and forth. Well, is it prostituting? I don't know, they said. But in real life, when you actually apply the law, it is 100% prostituting. So Diddy's new trial, acquittal, but he's going to try. He's going to try. Now, here's the real gag. I'm wondering what's going on with Diddy's cash right now. Because, hear me out. I know Diddy owns those 2 houses. One's worth 50 million, one's worth, I don't know, 29 million, or maybe it's 40 million. I don't know. But outside of that, what cash flow does Diddy have to keep these lawyers above debt? These lawyers are costing him a fortune. And don't get me wrong, they were very good at what they did. I would argue it was morally bankrupt, but I guess defense attorneys, right? It's a constitutional right. Yeah. The whole point of the matter is Diddy might be short on cash, or his cash might be drying up. Now, he does have his houses that he can take mortgages on and he can borrow against, but
and before she says what she's going to say, I do, and this is what Gene Dill said. Gene Dill said that the houses that were raided, they're not under Diddy's name. They're under his mom's name and under I think under one of his son's name or something like that. I can't remember verbatim, but definitely one of the houses under his mom's name. So it's going to be very interesting how this works, and whether I don't know whether she's right or wrong in regards to the cash flow, whether he's having cash problems or whatever the case may be. I don't know, and you got to bear in mind it's magic because the reality is, like these type of things cost money. You know what I mean? They cost money to hire a lawyer, let alone a defense attorney, let alone for a federal trial, let alone that he's a public figure, let alone that he is known to be a billionaire. You know what I mean? Or a multi-millionaire. I don't know about billionaire, but it's a multi-millionaire. Do you know what I mean? Like, it goes to show you that in life, you have to, I don't know. You can never know what someone's account is looking like, innit? You can never really know unless they show you, or their account show you what their accountant show you what their account is looking like. You never know. You know what I mean? But if he is having cash problems, it is going to be interesting in regards to how he's going to solve that problem, especially. I don't know. I don't know. But you also got to bear in mind, let's be honest, he's got children, all right? So you don't know how they're going to help their father. You know what I mean? And you can't really argue against a child helping their parents, really and truly. You can't really argue against it, irrespective if you feel like what they have, what they've been convicted of is obviously, you know what I mean? Like, we can all have our judgment, but the reality is kids, especially not, I think they're adults now. But I think one of them is a baby, but minus the other ones, they're all now less adults. You know what I mean? So whether, the twins get into modeling like their mom and make a certain amount of money, and then they help the dad. That's up to them, whether a Christian or what. Let me call him peasant or devil. No, you know what? Let me not do that. But like, whether he decides to help his dad when he's trying to do his music, trying to be a Diddy 2.0, which is insane to me. But that's his dad. I understand. Whether Justin's a different one. Let's just say sheep under wolf clothing. Anyway, we move.
Depending on the way the sentencing goes, he hasn't even gotten hit with all the civil trials that are waiting for him. Even to the fact that he was convicted of the Mann Act.
No, the right advert to pay. The right
If a
advert to pay.
prostitute chooses to...
You got them laughing at him. No, that's foul. Anyway.
Come back and say because of the Mann Act conviction, it makes it much easier for victims to come forward, especially if they say they are prostitutes, to come forward, and it makes it much harder for victims or prostitutes. There's kids going by. Let me stop saying prostitute. I don't want to burn their young ears. Just wait for the babies to go by. They shouldn't know what it is, but I don't want to be the...
You see, here's the thing. That's why with me, I tried to blank out the word, just say, And if you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But I'm sure you would understand. And obviously, that act, it is a crime. All right? It's a crime. Hiring or putting to work is a crime. It is what it is. It may be one of the oldest crimes in America, or whatever the case may be, but it's still a crime. Yeah, it's still a crime. Why do you think, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's mad, yeah, because it's like, you would think, oh yeah, but it shouldn't be a crime. Why is he being guilty of, he's I don't know what the word is. Why is he being guilty of these type of things, or whatever the case may be? But is what it is. Let's go.
First one to even put that word in their head. Mama, what prostitute? Okay, so anyway. Listen, wow. So also Latrice Strong, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna answer questions in a second. Let me just get through this. There's so much to say. Okay, so anyway, okay, so in any case, right, we get back to the Diddy thing. Oh, Nana7 said good morning. Oh, thank you. Let's hope 20 years in total. Love Belgium. Here's what I think. I honestly do think that Diddy is going to end up getting years. Now, I know what y'all saying, Tisa, you thought he was going to be guilty of RICO. I think RICO was proven. I think the jury got it wrong. And looking back, I think even myself as a part of new media and even social media, I think we bear a part. So I was talking to a lawyer, and they said that one of the reasons why the jury might have let him go is because people don't like sending people away for the rest of their life. They just don't. And by all of us, and again, I bear the...
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. And hear me out. Again, I genuinely... then again, you know what? It's better to interview those who are on that case. Do you know what I mean? When they're allowed to be interviewed. It's better to ask them what was their mind going through when... Do you know what I mean? When going through it. Because the reality is, from the outside looking in, I remember I'm in the UK in it, so like I'm seeing it from a whole different perspective, and I still could be wrong, but like I just see it as the fact of the 4th of July was coming up, and I'm not the only one that has that thought. Gene Dill, an ex-bodyguard of Diddy, said that as well, and it just makes sense, like in terms of the timeline, personally. But anyway, bear with me for a few seconds or a minute or a few seconds while I take a quick break. I need you to make sure you hit the like button, leave a comment in the comment section below, and make sure you hit the subscribe button, turn on the notifications, and share this everywhere that you can, because we want to get more people watching these live streams, more people liking, more people commenting. It helps with the algorithms. You know what I mean? And the more you help me, the better, because then I know, do you know what I mean? The content that you want to see from me, I'll be able to see what I can do to deliver. You know what I mean? Yeah, me. Let's call me Postman Pat. Postman Pat. I need black and white cat. Bam, bam. Early in the and anyway, I'll deliver in it. Just like that. Anyway. All right, listen, let's get back into it. I'm sure you've hit the like button, by the way, and I'm sure you hit that subscribe button. And I'm sure you shared. So let's keep it moving. Let's go.
I stand on business for what I did. It's like, yo, Diddy going to jail for life? Diddy going to jail for life? They're saying that the jury could have heard that, or people around. And they didn't want to convict on RICO or anything else because they were thinking that man don't deserve to go to jail for life. That's what they were thinking. Now, who knows? It could have just been they just didn't care about women, because I think that's true too. But at the end of the day,
the other thing, if you look at the jury selection, and this is why I should have did more a proper research into, not research, but a proper reaction into the proper beginning, which starts with the jury selection. Pausing it like that is mad, because look at her facial expression, it's mad. Nah, but anyway, look, so I was thinking to myself, yeah, like, raw. When I was going through it, the last, well, yeah, the verdict, and then realizing who the jury members were. I mean, there was two that was had to be removed and replaced, whatever the case may be, and it's like there was more men than women. Do you get it? There's more men than women. You got this, and to me, and you can even answer the comment section below. I just think it's more logical, regardless of the case, regardless of whoever is being prosecuted against, or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel as though it should always be 6 women, 6 men. Do you know what I mean? Of different age groups. You understand? I think it should be, I don't know, like, this is just my personal opinion. I just think it should be that. I don't think it should be a mix of, you know what I mean? And if 2 people have to go out for whatever reason, do you know what I mean? Then okay, well, replace them with the same gender. Fair is fair, right? That's my personal opinion. But let me know what your thoughts are in regards to that. Am I right? by thinking that? Or what are your thoughts? Anyway, let's go.
Anyway, so Diddy's appeal and new trial hopes, he can, here's the thing in the court of law, you can request whatever you want. You can request whatever you want. They will entertain his appeal and they'll entertain his new trial. The thing is, I am not sure how successful it's going to be because Judge Arun destroyed Diddy's team and read Diddy's team down. So when you look at that, it's like, what else is there to actually say? Okay, so where are we at? Why is it going to go 2 days? The prosecution wants to speak. The witnesses want to speak. The victims want to speak. And I believe Diddy's going to maybe have character witnesses speak.
The gray area between hacker hunter is not as gray as it used to be.
Diddy
That's interesting. So if he's going to have character witnesses, why did he not have character witnesses during the trial? That doesn't make any sense to me. But what are your thoughts? Does that make any sense?
posted an unhinged 11-minute video. And remember I was mocking him yesterday saying, what are you possibly going to say? He did an unhinged video where he did a montage of his family kissing him, loving him. And to me, again, murderers, rapists, PDF files got people in court defending them all the MFing time. To me, the people you love, loving you, that doesn't mean anything. It does, but it doesn't. Not when it's supposed to show I couldn't have did this. Not when it shows like I couldn't have did this because I'm such a good person. Because look how my kids love me. Look what the thing. It's like, okay, fine, whatever, right? Anyway, the defense, and why do I think the defense is going to literally wear this out? I think the defense is going to wear this out because I think the defense, they're charging Diddy buku money, and Diddy knows that he is going broke. So Diddy knows that he's going to have to do what he's going to have to do when he's going to have to do it to get things out. Another thing that is going on, right? Diddy revealed in the video, it was weird. If you guys haven't seen the video, I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, because you know Diddy's team is probably waiting to strike my channel. But the thing is that happened with the video, a couple of interesting things, I'll let you know. One, he showed himself in the room while his mother Janice was getting brain surgery. That was very, very sad indeed that Janice Combs was going to have like brain surgery, and her head was shaved and she looked so frail and so old. I swear when I see Janice Combs, my heart does break. She looks like my grandmother, size and everything.
That's wild. That's wild. And it's like, this is the other thing. We also need to, because I'm the type of person, yeah, where it's like, if there's a problem, we have to find out the root cause of the problem to find a solution and to put that problem to an end. That's my initial thought. But it's like, I'm not trying to blame her. I'm not even trying to blame her. But the reality is, you know what? When 50 Cent's documentary comes out, we'll if we can react to it, we'll react to it. You know what I mean? So turn on your notifications, and yeah, when you're notified and when I'm able to react to that, get me, you can watch straight away. But that's the thing. It's like, irrespective of everything, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm pretty sure she's seen the way her son's been acting as a grown man, and she didn't hold him accountable or whatever the case may be. And I get it. Sometimes there's some cases where some guys get to a stage in their life where they feel like they're more overpowering them. In fact, then again, I just realized something. Gene Dill even said something in regards to how Diddy mistreated his mother in front of him. And he basically scolded him in front of Diddy's mom to let him know, don't treat your mom or talk to your mom that way. Don't you ever do that. So it does make you think, how does he, when obviously Gene Dill hasn't been around Diddy for a while, but it's like, when he's not around, how does Diddy speak to his mom? Especially when things are not going his way. You get it? That's another thing. Because let's be honest, there are some cases where parents and children, where the children's are adults, sometimes there can be a bit of back and forth, which is never really good because you're supposed to honor your mother and honor your father. You're supposed to. Yeah? I'm not saying to agree with everything they say and everything they do, because even they can do wrong at some place in their lives. But the whole basis, honor their mother, honor their father. Let's go.
He was like, it literally looked, she looked like my grandmother. She looked like and it broke my heart. But then the second part, I'm like, this is weird. Because why are you in such an emotional moment with your mom while she's sitting in the hospital bed looking so frail, barely can like literally look like she's on her last leg, and you're literally filming yourself being a good son and laying in bed? It's very odd. But then he also showed footage of him crying at Kim Porter's, the thing about Kim Porter's death. And he showed footage of him teary-eyed, crying into his eyes. I said, I bet you it's guilt. Now, we don't know if Diddy had anything to do with Kim Porter's passing, but I can't imagine Diddy treated Kim Porter any better than he actually treated,
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI.
Hey, how you doing?
This is the thing, yeah. Again, I don't want to, let's just keep it moving, but yeah.
Any better than he actually treated I mean, I just don't imagine. I feel like when somebody has that, it really doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. Okay, so then he showed himself crying 3 times, breaking down in tears over Kim Porter. It showed Christian and him, and I think Justin standing there looking sad at Kim Porter's funeral. And I'm like, why are you using Kim Porter's death to get out of jail? I get it. You're desperate to get out of jail, but there are some things that are sacred. And it was literally just him zooming in on him crying. And when I watched that video, I was like, yo, this is a masterclass of ego, of narcissism. It's kind of like he was sitting there like, yes, even I, the great king of the world, even I cried when she died. Look, real human tears. And the whole video, if you guys haven't seen it, it was nonsensical. It literally was a montage of his greatest hits. I was like, what is going on? He didn't say any words. He didn't explain anything. It was just a montage. Him running a marathon with his ankle hurt. Now, you are literally about to go for prostituting. You make a video to show the judge that you want shown in court of him running in a marathon and his ankle gets hurt. And they're just like, no, you gotta quit your ankle. And he's like, I can't do this. This is for the kids. This is for the kids' school. And you see him limping across the finish line. And I was sitting there like this.
The thing is, this is the other thing. It's like, what does that video have to, or that montage video have to do with this case? Like, what does it prove? Do you understand? Like, what does it prove? You can't prove. What does it prove? That's what I want to know. What does it prove? How does it help how does it help his case? Like, how does it, hold on.
I'm very confused. Sir, get back in your jail cell. Get guards. He got his phone again. I said he would have been better off Xeroxing Mia's book and passing that around to the judge. Because Mia's book had more heartfelt sincerity. And I was like, I'm confused. So you ran a marathon, which you were already a billionaire, and you could have just wrote a check and paid for all the kids. One summer yacht for 2 weeks. You could have sacrificed that yacht and given that, what is that, 1.5 million for a yacht for 2 weeks? You could have given that 1.5 million to the school district. I think 2 weeks, that's like what, 3 to 4 million? You could have given that to the school district. You ran in the thing, you crossed the finish line, and he kept saying, what he says, I'm a winner? No, I'm not. I'm a winner. Hey, what's up? I'm a winner. What is it? I'm a god among men. I don't know. He had some stupid shirt on that I was just rolling my eyes at. He ran across the finish line. Again, you know me. I'm like, what is the point? I was watching it, right? I was sitting there watching it with Lenny. And
Question, yeah? Just question. If you were the judge, how would you view that video? Like, how would you judge it? Leave your answer in the comment section below. Let's go.
we looked at each other and I just literally fast forwarded. After 5 minutes, I'm like, what is going on? And I literally started fast forwarding, looking at the like preview go by. It wasn't nothing but pure propaganda. It was propaganda to its finest. And it just, I don't understand. If I was Judge Arun at the end, I'd be like, yes, thank you for that. Does anybody have anything else to say? And he wants the 11-minute thing shown, and then he's going to speak, I think, directly to the judge. But again, the fact that he is trying to razzle dazzle and he's doing this whole thing about, and it, again, the footage is 20 years old. Kids being like, yeah, grabbing him, hugging him, them being like, yo, I look up to you and this and that. And I was like, this is having the opposite effect of me. If I know that kids really look up to you that much, if I know that people see you as their hero and they want to follow in your steps that much, but I have to make an example of you. That makes me think that you should be in jail. Hey,
She 100% has a point. This is why I said, if you were the judge and you're watching this, while you saw that montage, how would you judge it? How would you judge it? But let's keep it moving.
hey, Deanna Stover, thank you so much for the super chat. Anyway, so thank you, Deanna. Appreciate that greatly. So anyway, where are we at? This might move into Monday. It's going to be a long day in court. The defense wants, all the lawyers want to speak. They want to go over evidence, and they want to have their, what do you call it? They want to have their people and the character witnesses and come up and speak. It is unclear who is going to address the court, if anyone outside of Diddy, but they definitely want people to address the court. The prosecution, they are ready. And also the judge demanded that the prosecution see the 15-minute video before it's presented to court. It was actually 11 minutes, right? Another lie. It was actually 11 minutes. And yeah, I'm sure the prosecution is ripping into us right now. I will say this. I do wish Maureen Comey was here. I wish Maureen Comey was here, and I wish she was here to argue this, because I know she would eat Diddy up. She would, you know, Maureen Comey, she was that girl in court. Emily's good too, they're all good, but Maureen Comey, oh, she was that good, right? But somebody said, wouldn't it be funny if Maureen Comey actually comes into court and sits there? Because even though she was fired, it doesn't mean she can't come and cheer on her co-workers in federal court. Tatiana De Sopira said, hey, Tisa. Hold on, where'd the thing go? You said, hey, Tisa. Big sister, thank you for the super chat. Let me see if I can find Tatiana's super chat. Hold on, Tatiana. I don't know why I lost it. Hold on. There's Big Sister. Where's Tatiana? Hold on. There's Dina. Where's Tatiana? Oh! Listen. Dennis Byron. Did you get a real job yet? Or like, what's going on? Those government checks got you looking good. You know, let's give a shout out. Did you get a real journalist job? Or are you still living out your car? What's going on, Dennis Byron? You still making up lies, calling yourself a journalist? You still working for TMZ, Nowhere Division? Do you? You know, are you? You still claiming you work for TMZ, but you don't actually really work for TMZ?
That was rude.
Are you living out your car?
Верните утраченные инвестиции. Если вы столкнулись с финансовыми потерями, свяжитесь с нами. Наша команда юристов.
I'm just wondering. Listen, I'm just wondering. In any case, right? Yes, I am here back at my my place of business. There are a bunch of people that are pretending to be journalists, pretending to work for TMZ, living out their car, and at 65, spreading rumors and running gossip worse than 13 and 14-year-old girls. But like my daddy said, don't nobody gossip and be petty like an old man that ain't got a pot to pee in. So I don't know. That's what it is in. Listen, It is what it is, right? There is no sadder thing by land or sea than a poor ninja saying, woe by me. Daniel Foster, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, listen. Anyway, fine. Cool beans. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, so listen, let's get back into it. All right? Let's get back into it. So anyway, listen. People mad that my ad dollars pay my bills, baby. Thank you guys also for actually paying my bills. I really do appreciate you guys for your time and your attention and your patience. Anyway, let's get back into the evening drop. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, so back into this, right? So, where are we at? Listen. So that's where we're at. Now, what are we doing with this, right? No, I am not gonna stop. What y'all say? Stop messing with my hair. But why? Why should I stop messing with my hair? What's wrong with my hair? Don't want me to stop messing with it. All right, here we go. So anyway, breaking news is, okay, let me stop playing. Okay, also, there's a couple of things that they're changing. They are no longer letting people run in and out of the courtroom. We will have breaks and we will have lunch, and I will be updating you on the breaks and lunch, but they are not letting us run in and out the courtroom whenever we want. Judge Arun is treating the sentencing the same way he treated closing arguments. He would say the door is closed, no, you can't come back in, show some respect for the court. And I get it. This actually is the day where he decides whether Diddy's not going to see baby love for 10 or 11 days, right? This is the time. Yeah. So listen, so I'm being nosy, listening to conversations on the street. Being nosy, you know. So yeah, a lot of stuff was happening. They ain't talking about nothing. So anyway, right? I thought we was hearing some gossip. Larissa M, thank you so much for the, oh, how long before the case? Sorry, didn't tell you guys. Okay, so it's actually starting at 10 o'clock. They told us to be back up in our seats by 9:30 a.m. No one is allowed in the courthouse. Judge Arun is tired. That's another thing. If you guys don't know, look at this. They have, usually we could, remember I said that instead of being in the court, a lot of people were acting like they were in court, but they were in the courtyard playing hooky and being the bad kids from school, truants. Well, look, Judge Arun said, I'm sick of you guys. He blocked off the whole federal courtyard. Everything, even down the street, everything's blocked off because some people don't know how to act.
Yeah, I think he did that because of how the fact that Diddy supporters were celebrating with what that baby or like madness was going on just because he got he only got convicted 2 out of the 5 charges, but he's still guilty. Like, make it make sense. Are you celebrating like that? No, and he's still gonna be in jail regardless.
We're not allowed to film in the courtyard. We're not allowed to hang out in the courtyard. We're not allowed to do anything in the courtyard. But it's one thing. Hey, Crazy Eyes, thank you so much for the super chat. But you know what? It's okay. Judge Arun is also running a tight ship. Again, he doesn't want anything like that to happen. The whole courthouse was actually shocked and appalled by the way that the Diddy supporters turned this mug out.
Did he just say Didiots? Nah. I'm using that. Didiots. Hold on.
I was in an employee meeting for the federal informants. They were asking me, why do you think they tore it up? And I said, because they're animals. And, you know, some people didn't like that. But remember I said that instead of being in the court, a lot of people were acting like they were in court, but they were in the courtyard playing hooky and being the bad kids from school, truants. Well, look, Judge Arun said, I'm sick of you guys. He blocked off the whole federal courtyard. Everything, even down the street. Everything's blocked off because some people don't know how to act. We're not allowed to film in the courtyard. We're not allowed to hang out in the courtyard. We're not allowed to do anything in the courtyard. But it's one thing. Hey, Crazy Eyes, thank you so much for the super chat. But you know what? It's okay. Judge Arun is also running a tight ship. Again, he doesn't want anything like that to happen. The whole courthouse was actually shocked and appalled by the way that the Diddy supporters turned this mug out and destroyed the court.
Nah, she really said Didiots. I've heard it all. Diddy done, Diddy do it, Didiots. Nah, what's going on? And it's funny because, do you know why it's even more funny? It's funny because, like, even Gene Dill said it, yeah? Like, Biggie gave Diddy, at the time his name was Puffy, but he gave him the nickname Diddy because he was like, what was it again? I need to double check. I'm gonna continue to play this and then we'll get into it. I'll find
courthouse. He was shocked and he was appalled. As a matter of fact, when I was in the employee meeting for federal informants, that, you know, there's a YouTube division. When I was in the employee meeting for the federal informants, they were asking me, why do you think they tore it up? And I said, because they're animals. And, you know, some people didn't like that, but that's why they did it. In any case, they're severely limiting now where we can go.
All right, got it. So basically, he called him Diddy, yeah, because, and this is what Diddy is. Diddy is a Diddy Kong, yeah. Basically, is a creator, but I didn't know it was a British game developers. But anyway, we move. But it appears in the Mario franchise. But basically, he's a member of. So Diddy is a nimble monkey and a member of the Kong family. And wait for it, he is Donkey Kong's nephew, and usually appears as his sidekick. And you remember what Suge Knight said, right? And if you don't remember what he said, you can, after this, you can watch my reaction to the whole of the Source Awards 1995, where he says what he says in it. Yeah, because in a lead up to that, and even I'll give you a little preview. Even prior to that, Diddy at the time, Puffy, was acting like a sidekick, literally. So it only makes sense. So the fact that, like, Diddy decided to use that name and try to, well, he did profit for the name. Here's what it is. But, like, do you know what I mean? He's a sidekick. And when you think about it, let's think about it. His debut album, what's it called? It's under Puff Daddy and the Family. Then you also have what you call it? You have Diddy Dirty Money. He's never by himself. But anyway, there are some cases where he's by himself, but usually, do you know what I mean? And he doesn't write his rhymes anyway. So, and I know he says, don't matter if I don't write rhymes, I write checks. Well, we heard your money running out now, so what check you writing?
What we can say, who we can actually talk to, but it don't matter because, you know, I'm still going to be bringing, I don't care if I have to fake. They said you can't leave, and I was like, what if it's a medical emergency? And they were like, oh, if it was a medical emergency, maybe. Oh, look at the little doggy. Listen, they were like, oh, look at the little doggy, right? And the federal marshals with the dog sniffer, they got online. Look, they trying to get people out of here any which way they can. They even got the drug dog sniffing, right? Don't bother me none. So, but anyway, I was like, yo, what if I have a medical emergency?
Hi, my name is Alyssa Barros, and I've been using Uplearn for about a year.
Can I leave? And they was like, the federal guards were like, I mean, if it's a medical emergency, of course. So you know me, I'm gonna be in there. I can't breathe. Can I go outside? You guys.
First of all, you shouldn't be lying, all right? You shouldn't be lying.
Guess what? I just hope none of Judge Arun's clerks know about me. Because they're going to be sitting there watching me be like, okay, guys, I told them that I was having a panic attack. I only got 10 minutes. So anyway, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm going to come back in like, thanks, guys. Yeah, I had a Nutri-Grain bar, the blueberry one. Whew, I feel a lot better now. No, I put some yogurt on my stomach. I'm good. Rock On said, much respect for you to being true to yourself. Thank y'all. And thank y'all for actually standing with me and being true to yourselves. But listen, this is a Natasha Denona palette. Makeup by Marie did my thing. I'll tag her on one of my things. I'll tag her on my Instagram. She's the best makeup artist if y'all need one, right? I'm gonna be, I can't breathe.
At this point, I feel like I should move on to Law and Crime Network, but I don't know if I go to their platform, I might get the thing might get blocked in it. You know what I mean? At least I know with Tissa Tales, when I react to her stuff, it don't get blocked. You know what I mean? So that's the only reason why. And plus, he's there, like, and I'm not going to go to any other platform. You know what I mean? Because there's a thing where they could potentially block it. But with her, she's not going to block it, and she's there. And to be fair, she's been she does her thing.
Please, literally, I'm gonna literally let them drag me out. I'm gonna be dragged out and then to be in the courtyard. Okay, guys, so here's what happened, blah, 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 and then run back in. But something tells me they're gonna be watching, and that's another thing. There's so many haters. I'm sure that Diddy's will be like, Yana, she's outside on her phone right now. But yeah, it's going to be a great day. I'm actually really excited for this because here's the thing that I think Diddy's team is worried about. And you need to think about this. The jury was about creating a reasonable doubt, right? That doesn't mean that Diddy was innocent. It means that the defense did an excellent job, right? It was morally bankrupt. But honestly, if I ever got convicted on some crazy stuff and I had enough money, you would see me standing right next to Mark Agnifilio, Brian Still, Xavier Donaldson, Nicole Westmoreland like this. They'd be like, Tisa, I thought you said they were double. Yeah, well, I did some evil shit. I need defending. I would be standing next to them like, huh? Well, yeah, I just wanted to, right? So I would hire them if I got into some crazy stuff. But the thing is, I ain't never going to be in some crazy stuff because I don't do crazy stuff or be around crazy people, right? But the whole point of the matter is, there's protesters now? What? Sorry, there's protesters now. Oh my God. Yo, the day's shaping up. Protesters just took off and they're about to like turn this mug out as if there wasn't already enough mess going on. Hold on, here's the protesters. Can y'all see them? Can you see? There's a big sign. Wait, hold on. They're saying the big I controls America. I don't want to say it because I don't want to get demonetized, but yeah. Judge Shady Court, we gonna see. So anyway, right?
Conspiracy. That's all I can say on that. And I won't even go into details.
We're gonna see. So here's the thing, right? This is Judgment Day because a lot of people acted like, oh, the jury didn't convict on RICO. But the Dream Team was very good at creating just a little bit of doubt. You need beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's a little bit of doubt, then you can 100% get off. And that's what happened. The only problem is this is not about the jury anymore. This isn't. Judge Arun is looking at the pre-sentencing report. The pre-sentencing report represented between 5 years and 7 months. The pre-sentencing report is a neutral report. They don't have a dog in the game. They're like, yeah, we looked at the offense, we looked at the aggregating factors. I know some people say, oh, it's prostituting. It's not what you did, it's how you did it. It's the difference between me robbing you and being like, yo, give me your money, you give the money and I walk away, or me literally beating you to a pulp, spitting on you, doing urinating, doing all this stuff, and then it's aggregating factors. They're recommending between 5 and 7 years. 5 and 7 years is what they're recommending, and that's them giving grace. Everybody knows this 14 months is laughable.
That's interesting. I do feel as if he was to get less time served, the trial that Keefe D's having, where Diddy's name is mentioned 77 plus times. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how things are shaping up. But if it's one thing I've learned about this trial in particular, it just made me realize it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I just know the reality is there's always gonna be consequences to the actions you do. So, yeah, me. That's what I can say on that. But make sure to like button, turn on the notification. especially when you're notified of when I upload the content or in regards to the Keefe D situation that links obviously to Tupac situation clearly. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, there's levels to this. All right.
Laughable. It's too low. Like the prosecution said in their menu thing, it is too low. It's too low for even the departure. It's going to mess up the whole thing. You have to stay within, because if you make it too low or too high, it skews it off, and the government, I guarantee you, will appeal Diddy's sentencing if he gets 14 months, okay? Now, the pre-sentencing report, they're neutral. They don't care. They don't have a dog in the game. They look at what he did. Okay, this was happened. Now, you know the prosecution, they're just savage. They're like, we want 11 years minimum, up to 280 months. Baby, do it for your country, all right? Judge Arun has signaled that he is not happy with Diddy. He has signaled that he thinks that Diddy does a lot of dumb stuff. He has signaled that he thinks, he has signaled that he thinks that domestic violence is violence. He has signaled that you admit it yourself. And most importantly, Judge Arun has been the one to deny bail, not once, not twice, but 3 times, saying he truly believes that.
3 times denying bail. That's how I'm like, yeah, no way out. No way out.
He is a danger to society, a sight risk, and that he engaged in obstruction of justice. Again, you don't have to get the whole, and this is where I think Diddy's really worried, okay? And he does need to worry about this. Judges are like kings in their own kingdom. You just have to pray that the judge is fair and just. Judge Arun seems like he is by the book. He seems like he's definitely fair. He seems like he's very gracious. He seems like he's pro-defendant, which, to be honest, even though I think Diddy is guilty as hell, the judge needs to be pro-defendant, because it's too easy for people to have their life like pulled away from them and ripped away from them. You want a judge that's gracious and wants a defendant to be able.
No, I don't think he's pro-defendant or pro-prosecution team. It's like, for example, it's like, for example, in football, for example. I give you for example, if you like sports, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the notification, because I will be doing content in regards to Chelsea Football Club as well, and whatever case may be, whether it be the Premier League, whatever case, it just depends. However, for Chelsea Football Club as a whole, naturally, and funny enough, as I say this, the next game that Chelsea have in regards to the timeline, in regards to this, in terms of the next game is against Liverpool, and we have Anthony Taylor as a referee who's always been pro Liverpool. And Liverpool are known to, like, listen, I'm not even trying to make any, whatever the case may be, but if you understand it, but basically, so to make a clear understanding of what I'm trying to say is that the referees are supposed to be fair. They're supposed to be unbiased. But the reality is, when it comes to the Premier League, more often than not, regardless whether it's Chelsea or not, sometimes the referee is just unfair. They favor a certain team more. Yeah, it's just as simple as that. Right or wrong, it happens. So in this case, it's the same thing with the judge. I don't think he's pro-defendant. I don't even think he's pro-prosecution team. I just think he's fair. You know what I mean? Like, fair, not just fair. I think he's just doing his job. Simple as that. The fact that he's denied Diddy bail 3 times, this shows me, okay, he understands the whole situation, because there's a way that he could have intimidated a witness. You know what I mean? Tamper with evidence, tamper with the witnesses, the same way he did with the trial in regards to, or allegedly with the trial that included Shine and the whole situation that happened with the situation, I think it was in December 99 or something like that. You get the point I'm trying to make. So I think the judge is aware of that. But anyway,
able to prove what they did and what they didn't do, okay? Thank you so much. That said, Judge Arun definitely has shown the way he feels, and the judges are kings in their own kingdom. Unless Judge Arun does something completely out of pocket, even though you can appeal, it is very low chance that it will be appealable.
Do you work in IT and find yourself drowning in software patches? Think back over the last month. How many hours have you lost?
Again, what would he do something out of pocket? Maybe sentence him for 20 years, right? Because that's the absolute maximum. And you can argue, did he really deserve it? Sending him to 14 months, that's way too low. That's a slap on the wrist for the aggregating factors. Again, it's not just the charge of what you did. The pre-sentencing report by the probation office shows, and what the prosecution is worried about is how you did it. So there's a lot of factors going in. Diddy is pulling out all the stops. Young Miami wrote a dumb letter, dear Your Honor. I'm still like, at what point does playing stupid not get you anywhere? And at this point, I hope she's playing a character, and I hope that's not what she gave the judge. So you have the Young Miami, Gina Hum came out swinging. Gina Hum came out swinging, okay? Gina Hum was like, yo, A, B, C, D, and F, and this is why I think, hold on, this is my alarm. I thought I was gonna oversleep. I even set an alarm for 8:30, because you know me. It's not too far away from everything. Hold on a second. Gina Hahn, she came out swinging. She wrote a second letter to the judge saying she truly believes. But when I read Gina's letter, and she definitely sounded more eloquent, I said, yo, Gina is up. Young Miami, you got 48 hours to respond. I'm waiting for her montage. If she really loved him, why didn't she show up in the video with him? Unless Diddy thought you were a bad look, but who knows? But here's the thing with Gina Hahn. Gina Hahn was also on some pointing out, I just think if you could, I think he deserves to go home. And I said, okay. At least it was very articulate and it was very well written. The only thing is, Gina, we...
You know what I'm going to do? Shout out to Martin. If you know, you know. Martin Norris. Damn it, Gina. If you know, you know.
All you want, Tasha K. We know what you said Diddy did to you. So it's kind of like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but Gina, you already said that in your mind, someone treating you like that is not a big deal. And you think that's part of a relationship. And even someone that treated you like that is still a dear, dear friend. You look the other way with criminal toxicity. So why would we take your word for if someone or not is a good person and actually needs to actually sit in? Hold on.
It makes sense. Sorry, it makes you wonder, like, did Young Miami and Gina think before writing the letters to the judge? They clearly didn't think, because I swear, Young Miami still, I swear that post is still up in regards to insinuating something that Diddy could do to someone else. Like, I swear, like, that doesn't look like that works in favor of Diddy potentially getting a fairer sentence, or let's just do a lighter sentence. You know what I mean? Anyway, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Oh, interesting. There's also a few other things that have come up. Hold on. There's also a few other things that have come up. Oh, let's talk about, if you guys don't know, I did a live that had Jordan and Deontay Nash's letters, Chef Jordan, which were super, super, super powerful letters. Deontay Nash says he feared for his life working with Diddy. He just actually gave another statement. He said his ex-stylist, Deontay Nash, he testified, but he's also now suing Diddy for sexual assault and for assault, and as he should. As he should. Good for him, cutie patootie. Listen to what he said. He said, Deontay Nash is finally speaking out after filing a lawsuit against a disgraced music mogul, saying he feared for his life the entire time he worked for Diddy. And a teaser for his he's doing a CBS Mornings interview dropping Friday. Eat it up, Deontay. They said Deontay, who worked with Diddy, hold on, it's getting hot. Need to move into the shade. Okay, that's good. Sorry, it was getting hot. Marie beat my face, but it's up to me to keep it on. Hold on, let me get my fan really quick. My fan's dead. Okay, anyway. We just gonna have to ride out with this. Okay, so my fan's dead. Okay, so anyway, Deontay Nash, my fan's dead. Okay, so Deontay Nash said, who worked with Diddy from 2008 to 2018, alleges Diddy strangled him multiple times. And he even told others on his team that he'd end up murking him. Deontay said he always kept a go bag ready, rattling off every item of clothing and cash he had packed, so when push came to shove, he'd be ready to go into hiding. He said Diddy's behavior was treated as normal, with everyone just smoothing things over. Who exactly are we gonna tell? Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters? There was no one there to save us. Oh, this sun is kicking my butt. I hate, New York weather is like the worst. Hold on. Like the worst. Hold on. Okay.
New York weather was the worst. I think London's got competition with New York. But anyway, but yeah, that's crazy when you think about what Deontay Nash has allegedly experienced under Diddy. But I do, there is a point to be made, yeah? It's mad how a lot of people brush things under the carpet. So they see something happening or they hear something happening, but because they fear the consequences of that person doing that, that's why these things sustain for this long. That's why. But let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Okay, there we go. He did. Just a little technical error. No, the fan's not even working. I need to charge it. Don't worry, I'll charge it. I have a charger in my bag, but... Okay, just a little technical difficulty. All right, so... there we go. All right. So he went on to say, he said, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? There was no one there to save us. He filed suit last week, going after Diddy for sexual battery, human trafficking, and more. He wants compensatory and punitive damages, and he's demanding a jury trial. I will be covering this trial. He said, remember, Deontay testified during Diddy's federal criminal trial in New York City. And when asked during his testimony if he was considering a civil lawsuit, he denied it, saying, I'm focusing on getting out of here. And he got out of there, and now he's doing a civil lawsuit. Now, really quick, we have about 30 minutes. You know what? I want to read you guys Chef Jordan's letter, because I feel like we let this flop.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of
But here's the thing. I really want to read Chef Jordan's letter because I think it's super, super powerful. And I think a lot of people just went over it. Hold on, where is it? Where's Chef Jordan's letter? Do I have it in my photos? Just give me 1 second. Let me pull up this letter. I think it's super, super powerful, and I think it needs to be read. That's Cassie's letter. Where is Chef Jordan's letter? Let's go into the docs. Hold on. Okay, here we go. I got it. Let's get into Chef Jordan's letter. It's very, very powerful, and a lot of people didn't read it, and I don't want to let this flop because it needs to be said. So Chef Jordan, for whatever reason, the prosecution didn't let her testify, which I think was a big, big mistake because the impact that she had and what she said was super, 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 super powerful, okay? Chef Jordan said, 1 second. You guys, hold on. The trial ain't started. Hey, Tatiana. De Superiors at Portugal, Lisbon watching. Oh, thank you. I'll be super, super safe. Thank you, you guys. Okay, so let's get into Chef Jordan's letter. Is this her? Oh, I found it. Okay. Listen to this. She basically gave a full testimony in the victim statement, and I'm glad Judge Arun can actually read this, okay? Interesting enough, I find it odd that every person that wrote a character reference for Diddy, none of them, not one person that wrote a character reference for Diddy, not one of them actually testified, and that was Diddy's choice. Interesting, right? To whom it may concern, my name is Jordan Sean Chiton or Sean Atkinson. And I was Sean Combs' personal chef from the summer of 2007 through the spring of 2010. Just listen to this. During my time, I can say I was extremely overworked, underpaid, mentally abused, exploited, and at one point I was assaulted by Sean Combs. Again, everybody can't be lying. Keep in mind that as you read this, she was 20 years old. Cassie was 19. Diddy knew how to take, I think, young, impressionable people that just wanted a shot. And here's the thing. You know how Diddy's always like, oh, black excellence. He's doing things for black and brown people. On the surface, it sounds great. But he realized, which is good, that there's a lot of talent in the community. And he would take that talent in the community. And once he got that talent, he would exploit it just like everyone else. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, wait, so now it's better to be exploited by a black billionaire? Then, okay, I guess, right? Keep it in the community. She said, not only was I exploited by Sean Combs, I was also exploited by his HR executive staff. Throughout my time there, they would constantly manipulate me into silence, staying in my position by saying they would get help to ensure I had days off. Now, you guys, I know what you're saying. Okay, wow, but you guys, trust me, this gets good. Okay. She said that okay. Throughout my time there, by saying they would help me ensure I got time off, there was also the time in which they told me to spearhead the creation of Ciroc flavors. I was the one who chose, sampled, and tweaked the flavors throughout their inception, for which I was never compensated. That's millions right there. Again, Diddy stole labor, he stole time, he stole innocence, he stole youth. This was the most toxic and abusive workplace environment I've ever been in my entire career. It was extremely traumatizing to relive all this. It was hard to live through the first time around my mid-20s. Now in my mid-40s, a lot of things I was too young and naive to understand. But the reality of it all is, it's cemented in my mind now. I've spent the past year and a half in a constant fight stage or flight mode, and I'm currently trying to heal and repair all the damage. There was also a time in which Sean Combs threatened my life to keep me silent about the abuse towards Cassie Ventura fine. I have a journal from this time that I've never read until Cassie's case came out in November 2023, and it was like opening a Pandora's box, reading what my 20-year-old self had to endure. I was there to witness the start of Sean Combs and Cassie's relationship. This has been an extremely traumatizing time in my life, the past year and a half. Having to unearth the past and relive it all over again. I never forgot what I experienced during my time there, but I for sure buried it in order to survive. I spent the past 18 years building my career and it's a high-profile sector, and this case just has destroyed the life I worked so hard to create. When you become a personal staff to a high-profile people, you become part of a secret society. Discretion is the foundation. I didn't willingly participate in this case. What I recognize now, this is what happens with collective silence. My silence gave Sean Combs the space and the time to grow more violent. When I start, this is Chef Jordan, Diddy's personal chef for about 10 years. She didn't testify for some reason. However, she wrote a victim statement, and this is her testimony because, baby, she is giving receipts.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
She said, when I started working with Sean Combs, he and Cassie were in the grooming phase. That's what it was in my eyes. She was 19, he was 36. There were lavish dinners, shopping sprees, all of that. All in the guise of creating a new artist. But nah, Sean was working on her, like men with money do. I was there in Miami when their working relationship turned romantic. During that weekend, I saw Cassie, and she was given copious amounts of rugs. I encountered her extremely high out of her mind, and I offered her food to help bring her down. I witnessed Sean cursing his assistant, David James, out for not having condoms on the yacht. I remember thinking it was crazy and gross. Like, why is he so mad about condoms not being on the yacht? Now, think about this, right? Think about this. The fact that Cassie was high out of her mind and Diddy was running around looking for condoms, The fact that he comes from a generation that's cool, that if a woman is high out of her mind, that's what you do to get her to go into bed, I guess. Okay. It was never that serious. It was gross, but it stuck in my mind because that's when I knew this was no longer a working relationship. They were both extremely high the whole weekend. And really, thereafter, I saw Sean abuse prescription meds, weed, and ecstasy. And I would say there was an obsessive nature about them. He would go on drug binges and wouldn't let any of us sleep, let alone get any breaks. I was working 17 to 21 hours a day, 7 days a week. I worked for almost 2.5 to 3 months straight until I had a day off. He screamed and cursed at me when he saw me having casual conversations with Cassie. He said I wasn't supposed to be talking to her if it wasn't about food. He also cursed me out when he saw me speaking to guests at one of his parties. He was watching me from across the room. He then pulled me aside and said I wasn't supposed to be talking to his friends. That he didn't work all these years for me to come and steal his relationships. Sean Combs would curse me out if I fed people without his permission. He made me feel like I had to look at the floor and not make eye contact with his guests. I say he was like a pimp. Like
a pimp. And what's he being convicted of? And is that not a crime? Listen, that's crazy. And I don't know why the prosecution team didn't let the chef speak, be a witness, understand? Because I think that would have made some of the Diddy defenders, maybe sway the or should I say Didiots, think a little different. But, is what it is.
Was a pimp does to women. Hold on, y'all. We getting there. This is Diddy's private chef. She wrote the impact statement to the court, but it reads like testimony, and it needs to be said. During this time in November 2007, while at the Miami estate, I witnessed Sean Combs get aggressive and borderline violent with the estate manager, Amanda. He was enraged by the fact that Amanda was allowing her house staff to eat. When Sean questioned her about it, she lied and said, I never told Jordan to feed them. Amanda and I actually got into a big argument about feeding the staff because I told her I wasn't being paid to do that. I actually called HR to get clarity. They informed me I was supposed to feed them. One day, Sean saw the groundskeeper making themselves a plate, even though I said they shouldn't, because he hadn't even eaten yet himself. Of course, as they were making their plates, he comes downstairs. Once he sees this, he immediately starts screaming and cursing about who told them they could eat. I stood there silent. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. I could tell he was furious. Ultimately, Sean's security told him that Amanda told me that I was supposed to feed them. Diddy then called Amanda and I into the kitchen. He started screaming and cursing at Amanda, saying, why you lying? Why you lying? Why are you telling Jordan to feed the staff? Ultimately, he was screaming. He gets up and throws a bottle of water across the room saying, I'm a MFing king and you're lying to my effing face right now. Amanda was saying she told me to only provide leftovers to her staff. I just told Amanda, just tell the truth. I was instructed to get security to separate them, okay? Because he used the phone that Diddy couldn't see and asked Dia, the HR person, what should I do because I think he's going to hit Amanda. Security, they said, yo, go get security and separate them, which I did, all the while leaving the phone on the ledge so Dia could hear everything. Amanda resigned not long after that incident. I believe it fractured their working relationship. Amanda and I never recovered. She blamed me for the incident. After that trip, my hair started falling out. I was having anxiety attacks with heart palpitations. I asked HR if they could rush my benefits through because I needed to see a doctor. I was diagnosed with stress-induced apalachia and extreme anxiety attacks. I was prescribed Zoloft. Throughout this time, I was constantly calling the office. I was begging for help and begging for days off. And when you work 17 to 21 hours a day, you never really rest because your body and mind are still racing when you lay down. And by that time, you have to get up for the next day. HR kept stringing me along, saying they would help me get days off. I was so young and I just wanted to prove I could do it. I stayed, thinking at some point things would change, but they never did. Listen, you know the funny thing about this?
There's a pattern. And when I say there's a pattern, the pattern is every time someone works for Diddy, they always stay. Is it out of fear, despite knowing what they've witnessed? Is it out of, okay, maybe one day it will end up in this situation so they can be a witness for the prosecution team? Like, I don't know. There just seems to be that type of pattern. Because wouldn't it make sense if as soon as you had the opportunity to go, run faster than Diddy running in the marathon where he mashed up his ankle. Run fast. Go. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a tough one, isn't it? Like, I can't really speak for those who are in that situation, and I can't. Because it's one thing me saying this is how you should act, but no one can tell you really and truly how to act or react in any given situation. But let me know what you would do. Leave your answer in the comment section below. Let me know. Would you go back to be employed by, you know what I'm saying, by that same individual that, you know what I'm saying? It's a mad one. Anyway, here's what we're going to do. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share. Yeah. By the way, I'm just letting you know that if you subscribe and you hit that bell notification, I'm telling you more content in regards to certain things that I say certain things like this, but in regards to hip hop, all that stuff there, in regards to K-pop, in regards to football and sports. You get me? Turn on the bell notification and you will be notified. And when you're notified, you can watch there and then. You know what I mean? Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
And it's not funny, but let me just say this. It's crazy to me that they didn't actually let this woman testify, because I think she proved the RICO. I think she proved that the staff wasn't on it. I think that through her testimony, she could prove that a lot of people saw a lot of things.
And this makes me realize, are the prosecution team banking on the fact that Diddy's name is linked to the whole situation with Tupac, allegedly? Because as I mentioned it before, in Keith D's trial or situation or case, or whatever the case may be, Diddy's name has been brought up over 77 times. So do you see what I'm trying to say? Plus, you have to got to think, well, you got to think, one of the they found I'm trying to use the right word because YouTube can be a bit funny in it, but like they found something that could be very harmful, basically. You know what I mean? And so it was illegally, like the serial code was scratched off. They were found in his room or something like that, but they never charged him for that, for illegal possession of, you know what I mean? They never charged him for that. And that's a federal crime as well. So what we saying? And that also would have added as a RICO, like being proven as a RICO. So I don't know. Maybe they are banking on it, maybe they're not. I don't know. I just know that they do have a possibility of charging him with another thing. Even if he's within the jail system, he could still get more charges upon it, charges, and be convicted of certain, situations. But it's what it is. Just keep moving.
I think it's just actually really amazing that they actually left this gym on the ground. In April 2008, at the Alpine, New Jersey estate, Sean Combs physically assaulted me. This is Chef Jordan, his personal chef for 10 years. Diddy physically assaulted me. We got into a heated argument and I quit. Now keep in mind, there's another chef that Diddy had, I believe, after this girl quit, that sued him because he was having her serve him during freak-offs. And I think Diddy actually settled with her, but she was suing him for having to serve him during freak-offs. And back then, all she kept saying was, oh, I had to serve him while he was in the nude with a bunch of his guests. So Diddy, his private chef saw a lot. Anyway, right? We got into a heated argument and I quit. This enraged him. He kept saying, I couldn't effing quit on him. As I was walking out the house, he was following me, screaming and cursing and berating me. Once the door was open, Sean used all of his might to push me out the door. I went flying and ended up on my elbows and butt. Why? Because, hey, how are you, Mama? Hey.
If you need me, you got my number, right?
Yes,
I'm gonna
definitely.
make sure when I'm, because Nick, whatever her name is, was trying it. I said,
see you, Mama. Thank you. I'll see you in court. Okay. So anyway, right? They kept saying sorry. So she said that he pushed her down the steps and she flew and landed on her butt and elbows. But why? Because there were 2 steps to get up into the house. And so it was a pretty hard fall. I called the police but hung up. I called HR and told them I was going to sue them. HR told me that I would be blackballed and my career would be over if I sued them. They said that Sean had the power.
Now we are getting to the crux of it, of why certain employees go back. Now it makes more sense.
To blackball me and in my career. And this is when I just started. I chose my career and I stayed quiet. I left for a few months, but I was asked to come back. I was assured this would never happen again. That Sean, I keep saying Sean Carter, it's Sean Combs. Every time I see SC, because she keeps putting SC, I just keep thinking Sean Carter, but it is.
She might get that message from Hove. This is Hove. Don't implicate me into Diddy's mess. We may be entertainment buddies, but we are not buddies like that. Never have been, never will be. Look how Dame Dash is. People thought we were buddies, but we were never buddies. We were just business partners. I'm doing well now. He's not doing as so good. That's his fault, not my fault. I'm a real boss. He isn't. Now, I'm joking. Let me not diss Dame Dash like that. Get me? I know Dame Dash will overcome his situation. Like, he's a smart individual. Let's be real. But all the other stuff he's been doing is mad. Like, I need to react to those stuff. So turn on your notifications, and then I'll get into that, because it's just interesting. I want to show you a particular journey of how, like, Dame. In fact, I won't even say too much. All I'm going to say is this. If you would like to know, then the best thing to do is turn on your bell notifications. And then when you are notified and it's uploaded or I'm live, and you know what I mean? Right there and then, you'll be able to watch. Simple things. Let's go.
Not, in fact, Sean Carter. It is Sean Combs. Sorry. I keep saying the S. I'll call him Diddy. Let me stop saying Sean. And that's the only Sean I know. Well, not know, but recognize, right? Anyway, right? They said that Diddy had the power to blackball me in my career when it just started. I chose my career and I stayed quiet. I left for a few months, but I was asked to come back. I was assured this would never happen again. That Diddy would apologize and that they would find help so I could get days off. HR said that they would look at budgets for a pay increase. At this time, I was only making $65K. I wasn't working after I left, so when they called, I went back. He apologized, but none of the other things ever happened. In 2008, 2009, hold on really quick. Hold on. One second.
Why do I beat myself up for procrastinating and then procrastinate even more?
It's all due to
that video or that advert was interesting. Procrastination. If you got procrastination, just watch Tupac's Work Ethic, and I guarantee you will have no more procrastination. I'm telling you this from now, because he will make you feel like you're not doing anything, and it's like, and then you know what I mean. It's like there's no excuse. Like, in fact, I'm gonna give you a little snippet of something, but basically he basically, the moment he, anyway, I won't say into it.
1 second. Hold on, I'm getting an update on the case. One more second. Hold on, getting an update about the case. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Check your messages. Check your messages now. Yeah, bye.
Now wait, you know what? Speaking of live updates, I've got a live update on the case as well. You know what I mean? Like I've just seen something here. Like, and I'll be honest, I thought the sentence had already happened when this video happened. I'll be honest, or when she did this live. But it's fine. It is what it is. We're still going to watch it. But I'm seeing the updates. Hey, Justin Combs. You hear me? AKA Little Wolf. No, let me not do that. Let me not do that. Let me not do that. All right, let me not do that. You hear me? Let me not do that. But he basically says he described his father as his superhero. I mean, cool. That's your dad, though, isn't it? Well, is it? Anyway, let me not do that. You hear me? Let me not do that. Let me not do that. But I get why he would want to say he's his superhero. It makes sense. Because naturally, sons will obviously look up to their dad, innit? Or a father figure, or someone who they may seem as a father figure because they've been in their life like that from an early age. Do you understand? I'm sure if roles were reversed, I'm sure he probably would have seen Suge Knight as, you know what? I'm not going to get messy. But if you've seen that picture, you've seen that picture. But anyway, the reason why I had to read that out now is because the reality, that's just the latest update. Like the reality is, you remember when Kid Cudi called Diddy a a Marvel supervillain. It's like, but yeah, I don't think. Let's be honest, I don't think, and I said this earlier, but not in these words. I don't think children, regardless if they're adults now, that they shouldn't be used to be a character witness or judge of a character witness. It should be colleagues. It should be business partners for Diddy in this case. It should be like, and here's the thing: if you didn't have a character witness for your defense, you shouldn't have a witness for your character witness when it comes to sentencing. I'm new to this. I didn't know that when it comes to sentencing, that these certain things have to happen or what the case may be. I just thought it'd be like, all right, the judge has seen everything. All right, cool. These are the things this is the minimum you can get. This is the maximum you get. Boom. I've seen everything. I understand everything. This is it. This is the amount of years. Like, I don't know, that's 15 years, for example. If that was the case, cool. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Like, there's so many intricate details that go into this. It's mad. I don't understand it. But the reality is, this is where we are right now with this whole Diddy situation. So make sure you stay subscribed, stay watching. Get me? Like, I'm allowed to make mistakes, yeah? Like I said, I repeat myself. Unfortunately, I thought this video, because it was a past live stream, I thought Tissa Tells, like, she gave the live update. And you got to remember, she's in America. You know what I mean? I'm in the UK. And I just realized, technically, I only just realized just now, technically, if I'm thinking about a time difference. So really and truly, no, I'm right. I thought because the timing, 10 a.m. in America, in the UK is 3 p.m. So yeah, anyway, but we move in it. Let's go. So once the update is there, we are live reporting it. It is what it is. Get me? Exclusive. Let's go.
Okay, just got an update. We'll see if it pans out. But they are saying that Diddy's team is very worried, and there is something saying that Diddy's team actually might be running out. Well, Diddy might be getting a little bit cash poor, and there's going to be something. Listen, I can't say anything right now, but you'll see in a second. I'll tell y'all at lunch, because by that time, it'll be cool. Anyway, let's get back into Chef Jordan, because it was just getting real. Hold on. Chef Jordan's statement. Let's get back into you.
I just realized. I just got another update. And I'm just going to read the updates live where we at, yeah? This is sad. One of his daughters basically saying, Chance Combs, she says, we're still just daughters who need our father. This is sad. And I just want to say something before I read out more what I want to read out in regards to that update. All the men who are watching this, yeah, and share this with every guy that you know. Every guy that you know, regardless if you have children yet or not, or you have children and they're adults, or you have children and they're still children, you need to man up and realize that whatever you do is going to affect your children. That's just facts. It's just facts. So if you're going to do criminal activity, first of all, don't. And I get it. There's some circumstances where if they're defending themselves, it may come across as a crime, that can happen. Do you understand? I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm saying that can happen. So that's a different circumstance. But you see, in Diddy's situation, Diddy knew he had children. Not only just one child, he has multiple children. Yeah, we may laugh and joke about he's I don't know, like what flavor he likes, yeah, basically. But the reality is, he's got children, yeah, like he's got children, and the reality is like it's impacting his children. And I don't even want to be like, oh, serve him right, or no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not like that's not what I'm here for. I'm just gonna say this is mad. You know when you catch things alive? It's mad. It's mad. I can't even collect my thoughts. But he should have really thought, and all the man them just like think before you act, think before you react. Always ask yourself, is what I'm going to do, like how is that going to impact my children going forward? You get it? How? If I do this, what are the consequences? And the thing is, I know sometimes there's the mentality of sometimes, yeah, well, that won't happen to me. No, but you're wrong. It could happen to you. Look, there's 2 new updates as well. But anyway, let me just quickly read this. She says, one of Diddy's daughters, Chance Combs, said her father is now more patient, more thoughtful, and more open about his mistakes. So what? He wasn't before. Why now? Why now? Anyway, that said, so we're still just his daughters who need our father. She said, Diddy shares the ways he's working on becoming a better man and a more present father. I thought the thing is, you know what's mad? I always felt like it seemed as though he was a present father, which is mad in consideration of what else he's been doing behind the scenes with all the madness. Do you know what I mean? Like I always could see that he probably was a present father. You know what I mean? Even the way that he treats Quincy, Quincy. Like some people at one point I thought that was Diddy's actual son, like blood son, but nah, it's his stepson. It's Albie Shaw's son, and we can talk about that in another case in regard to how that happened. But it's mad. But anyway, because it seemed like he's more connected to Diddy being his father than Albie Shaw. You get it? So it's such a mad situation. Anyway, she said she sees difference in. Where was that? And I can feel a difference in the way that he listens and responds. So what's going on? What's going on? Are you telling me he didn't really listen before? This is mad. I don't know. Anyway, she said she did the difference the most in the way he parents his 2-year-old daughter, Love. I mean, the youngest is always going to get more, you know what I'm saying? I won't say get more attention, you know what I mean? Because you shouldn't really be doing it like that. But you get me, you get the drill. But anyway, let's get to the latest 2 updates. Or let's go to the latest update. All right, so the latest update: the court is now watching the video Diddy's legal team put together. Judge Arun Subramanian thanked Diddy's children for addressing the court. I know. He says, I know how hard it is to stand up here and tell me those things, but it's important for me. But it's important for me to hear. He said, okay. So did the judge say that the children should speak or something? Because if it Diddy's defense team should have shed his children away from this, if I'm honest. If I'm completely honest. Because he's still going to be rotting in jail. Whether it's less time or more time, he's still going to be rotting in jail. So what we say? Anyway, so the court is now watching the video that Sean Diddy Combs' team put together. The video, which was released by Diddy's legal team and released at the 11th hour, appears to be an effort to show the court the positive impact Diddy has had during his life. I think that's that video that Tisha Charles was saying earlier in this video. All right, it says it includes a montage of clips. Yeah, it's that. It includes a montage of clips of Diddy over the years showing his work with charity youth engagement programs, giving motivational speeches about his upbringing and ascent into hip hop, and taking care of his children after the pie of his partner Kim Porter. Do you know what? That whole situation with Kim Porter, I'm not going to say anything else than this. I'm not going to say the fact that Diddy's name is linked to so many things, like, you know what I'm saying? And if Diddy's children are supporting him now, wait till they find out the real facts. Wait till they find out the real facts. Anyway.
It's a long, hold on, I just lost the statement. 1 second. One second. I lost it. Hold on, you guys. I'm going to get it back. Let's go into...
All right, bear with me a few seconds. Bear with me a few seconds, people. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm giving you a few moments right now while I go on a little break, just to make sure you hit the subscribe button, turn on the bell notifications, because you can't say you don't have time now, because you now have time. All right, you now have a short time to hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification, and also share. Because get me, we're getting live updates within this stream, obviously. You know what I mean? But yeah. All right. So I'm assuming it's bad to assume, but I'm assuming you shared. I'm assuming you liked. I'm assuming you left a comment in the comment section, and I'm assuming you've also hit the subscribe button and the bell notification since you've had a lot of time to do so. So let's keep it moving. Let's
One
go.
second. So anyway, how y'all doing today? Hold on, let me be serious. I just lost the statement. Let me get it back. So anyway, this is Chef Jordan. She's detailing how she saw Diddy beat Cassie. And on top of that, she saw the beginning of Cassie's relationship where he got her high out of her mind and literally was trying to take advantage of her. She then said she finally got fed up with Diddy and she quit. And Diddy physically assaulted her, but then he did even more than that. Where are you? Okay, we found her statement again. Where we last...
Like I said, we are getting all the updates, reading out the live updates. All right, so the last update was 8 minutes ago still. All right, so the analyst, the defense is trying to paint Diddy in a different light. Of course they are. It's a defense team. What are they supposed to do? You understand? Irrespective of what we know and you know what I mean, what we've seen in regards to what's been shown to the public in regards to that footage of that incident towards Cassie in a hotel. You know what I mean? And that's just one incident. You know what I mean? Imagine the other things. It's crazy. But anyway, so the defense team is attempting to paint Diddy in a different light from what's shown. Yeah, see, I promise you, I just took a glance. Anyway, let's keep moving. The defense team is attempting to paint Diddy in a different light from what is shown in the video of rapper Physical. Let's not call him a rapper because he's not really a rapper. He's just someone that's all in the videos. You know what I mean? Dancing. Trying, you know what I mean? Hey, let's keep moving. Let me be serious. All right, so physically, you know what I'm saying? Cassie, basically what I just said just now, I'm trying to be careful with the words I'm using because YouTube community guidelines and that. So it was really hard to look away from the ugliness, France said, which is Lisa Risper, France's reporter, by the way. And actually adding that the defense team is fully aware that the video of the 2016 incident paints a really horrible picture of him. And so someone said, it's the same person. And so they want to present him as more than what you saw in that video and more than what the people who testified against him said, more than what Cassie has said. And here's the thing. Let's be completely honest here, yeah? That video, if you didn't know how he was then, put it this way, in the hip-hop world, we have known him to be in links with doing, put it this way, he's linked to the whole Tupac situation, the one in 1994, yeah, and the 30th of November 1994. And I will go into it in another day, all that stuff there. So make sure you turn on the post notifications and all that stuff there. But it's already public knowledge that Tupac has implicated Diddy's name. That then he was known as Puffy. So that's one other thing. Even prior to that, there was a high school incident that happened. You know what I mean? And that then there's a situation where his name is also implicated in regards to Biggie's situation in 97. Do you understand? Then his name is also in implication to what happened to Kim Porter. And this is obviously all allegedly what I'm saying. Just get me for legal sense. But his name is also linked to Shakir Stewart. His name was also linked to which I could be wrong, but there was a situation with he had a a situation with no, it's not even. It's also public knowledge. He did something to Steve Stout. There's a behavioral pattern of violence that goes on with Diddy. So it doesn't matter if they put a montage together trying to show he does charity work, he does this and that. It doesn't matter. It's not. I'm not going to say it's not going to soften his sentence. I don't know what the judge is going to do. I don't know. But I tell you what I do. If I was the judge, I'm saying, you think this is going to work? You think this can manipulate me to give you a lighter sentence? Do you know what? Cool. Nice try, innit? 20 years. And then I'll say, on top of that, I will try and get the prosecution team to find new charges. No, I'm joking. I would say to get more. The judge can't do that, really. But obviously, 20 years is the max, isn't it? So, anyway, let's keep moving.
Left our beleaguered heroine, right? She said, I'm quitting. He's like, you ain't MFing quitting. She's like, I'm quitting. I'm done. I'm done. She tried to go out the house. When she was leaving the house, he pushed her off the steps. She flew down 2 steps and landed on her elbows and her arm.
He Tiffany Mitchell'd her. Listen, I ain't trying to make no jokes in regards to certain situations. It's just that reference point, it reminded me of when Tiffany Mitchell, do you know what I mean, was pushed down the stairs. If you know about EastEnders, you know that's the era that you know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. That's mad. Anyway, let's keep moving.
On the ground, and anybody knows that when you fall off the steps, that's just a hard fall, okay? She then called HR. HR told her that you better shut up. He's gonna blackball you. He's gonna apologize, all this other stuff, right? They said, did he apologize? But none of the other things ever happened. They said in 2008, hey, how you doing? They said in 2008 and 2009, right? They said Genevieve called the office, that's the HR person, right? And went to the kitchen phone to...
All right, so we got another update. Boom, here it is. So Diddy sobbed as he watched the video from his legal team. He's not serious. He is not serious at all. Diddy sobbed as the court watched the documentary-style video his legal team put together, which featured footage of his charity work and his family. And this is what I don't understand. If Diddy's defense team, yeah, I'm not sorry, yeah, but the reality is this: you cannot put yourself you can't put your client in a position like this. You shouldn't put your client you should put your client in a position where your client actually speaks for themselves. Let them testify. And if they have to go through the back and forth with the prosecution team, then so be it. I mean, you went back and forth with the witnesses from the prosecution team. So do you understand? So I don't understand why he was not put on the stand like that. I don't understand it. Because if you're innocent, then testify to why you're innocent. Why could he not said that? Why could he not mention about his character and doing charity work, family, this, that, and the third? Do you know what I mean? Testifying. Do you know why? And this is my humble opinion. It's not a fact. It's just an opinion. My opinion is that it would have made him look even more guilty, because how the prosecutor would have asked certain questions that led him to trip up. And there's a thing called Freudian slip that would have happened. Not only that, I also genuinely believe, like, I know there's this thing when it comes to Harlem that most, you know what I mean, they're all racked in that. I reckon he would have implicated a lot of people. So that's probably why he said, I'm not talking. Fairs. You know what I mean? So he decided not to rap. You know what I mean? However, anyway, let me not do that. Yeah, I want to say so much things. It's so magic, but I have to reserve certain things I want to say because I want to leave that for something else in regards to Tupac, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but let's just put it this way. No, I won't do that. What I'll say is this: hit the subscribe button, hit the notification, so when you're notified of when that content will be done and you can watch. Yeah, you can watch. I'll keep it like that. Let's go.
To call 911.
Oh, no, I was actually reading the thing in it. Anyway, so the video is over and the court is now taking a lunch break until 2 p.m. Defense attorney Brian Steele said more speakers are expected after the break. What's going on? More speakers? What next? Young Thug gonna speak?
I was told to hang up and they would send his private doctors over. I was told to leave. The incident was minimized. HR said that Diddy had a reaction to his prescription meds and alcohol. I told AR I knew what a blank was and I left it alone. So she's implying, I think it sounds like she's saying she saw Diddy, but I left it alone. Diddy had some of his prescriptions added to my prescription pickups a few times in Miami, so he was using her as a drug mule. Both these incidents were examples of how I assume rich people do things, so that the public doesn't find out their personal business, not understanding that some of this was illegal.
Before using Uplearn, I was stuck on C's in all of my subjects, especially psychology and economics. Since then,
In 2009 in LA, I was informed by Diddy security, Roger Bonds, that Diddy had, here we go, listen, that she had brutally beat Cassie and that Roger Bonds thought Diddy was going to kill Cassie.
Roger Bonds is just as super guilty as Diddy, by the way. Allegedly.
I was shocked as Roger Bonds detailed the beating. He said that Diddy was punching her in the head and stomping her outside the car. At one point, Cassie ran from the car. Hey, how are you, sir? I'll see you up in court. They said that at one point, Cassie ran from the car and was dragged by Diddy through the concrete back into the car. Genevieve, the assistant, was in the car. She was trying to break it up too. Roger Bonds was concerned about Genevieve and said that she was hyperventilating. Roger Bonds asked to check on Genevieve. When I went to check on Jen, she acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. So I left it alone. I went back to my post in the kitchen. Sean Combs came screaming and cursing into the kitchen, saying, "Chef, why are you in my MFing business? What goes on in my relationship is my MFing business. I will effing end you if you tell anyone." Now, isn't it funny? That's what Dawn and everybody else said. It makes me think they were telling the truth because this is Diddy's thing. I will end you. I will effing end you.
And it's so interesting reading it out like that. And as she's reading it out like that, I'm hearing Diddy's voice in my head saying those things, which is mad when I think about it. That's how I see him mad. Not to say that there's, I don't know, it is what it is. Let's go.
Look, here comes Nicole Westmoreland. Hold on. There's Nicole Westmoreland, Hell's favorite lawyer. Here's Nicole Westmoreland, right? There we go. There's Brian Steele. There you go. Okay. So there you go. They're asking if they're nervous. The legal team is coming. Let me get through this victim statement so I can get in court. Hold on really quick, right? Anyway, right? They said, okay, he said, "I will effing end you if you tell anyone." I took this to mean he would kill me. And that you better not tell anyone in the office earlier. And made me realize HR told him I called them about the incident in Miami with Amanda. Up at that point, every time I hear Amanda, I'm like, "Hi, I'm Amanda." Anyway, right? Okay. I took this if he killed me, blah, blah, blah. Which made me realize HR told him I called them about the incident in Miami. Up to that point, I didn't know that HR told him about me reporting the Miami incident. I believed then that he would murk me if I told anyone he was beating Cassie. So I remained quiet. LF, thank you so much. And also, yeah, hi Amanda. Okay. A day or two later, his assistant Genevieve and I took her back to Cassie to the London hotel. I saw bruises on her face and arms. We never discussed it. I acted like nothing had happened. Over the course of my time working with Sean Combs, I saw hotel rooms be set up with lights, sheets, baby oil, and Astroglide. 997 said, OOTA, the troll was talking bad. Wait, I gave him doesn't matter. I gave him the no that. Thank you, Nana. You're like, girl, I'm in Belgium. Do what you want. Anyway, right? Anyway, right? I saw Cassie bruised on other 2 occasions, blah, blah, blah. Sean Combs weaponized food, sleeps, and breaks, okay? He was mentally and physically abusive. I saw Cassie bruised on 2 other occasions in Miami and LA, but I never questioned it. I dare not ask either, okay? I always assumed it was freaky things going on, but I never knew the extent. I saw Sean Combs yell, scream.
See, look at what turning the mic. As I was saying, I had this feeling here, and I shouldn't be laughing here, but I had this feeling that Gene Deal's gonna appear on Art of the Dialogue's platform again. I know this seemed like it got nothing to do with it, but it does because it's sentencing. But after the sentence, and then Art's gonna be like, Gene Deal, my man, have you back on the platform. So how do you feel about the sentencing with Diddy? Do you think he got a fairer sentence, or should you have got more? Like, I can just imagine it. But anyway, man, it's good to see, man. Instead of him being on a different platform, it's just good to see him out of the Dialogue platform. But anyway, let's go.
Berate staff, artists, employees, and girlfriends. Okay? He weaponized food, sleep, and breaks. We were not allowed breaks. We often snuck in to eat. I would sneak food to feed the staff. I got cursed out if I was asked to go home for the day. I wasn't allowed to leave for the day unless he said I could. As I type this, my heart breaks for my younger version of myself. I saw Sean Combs create a drug-fueled environment for artists, executives, and his girlfriends. I saw the aftermath of Smex bitches in New York, New Jersey, Miami, LA, and the Hamptons. I believe that heavy drug use was coercion in order for him to get his way with his participants.
That is 100% illegal. You know what I'm saying? And that is coercion. It's like, why would you need to have all those things in play to be able to, you know what I'm saying?
Using drugs with Cassie on day 1 in their consummation. I'm not sure you could ever be a willing participant under those circumstances. Exactly. The drug use was far beyond recreational. Diddy was also having a sexual relationship with, and they blocked that person out. I don't know who they're talking about. Hold on really quick. What's going on? Oh, just online. What's up?
Oh, I was gonna ask if I could get a real quick interview. I don't know if you remember me.
I do remember you.
I just wanted like a 50-second interview. It wasn't gonna take that long.
Oh yeah. I'll be off live in just like a few minutes.
All right,
yeah, so if you're around,
Thank
definitely.
you.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Do you see why I went to her platform first? Other than the fact that I know the other platforms will copyright, not even copyright, they'll block my thing instantly. So, do you know what I'm saying? Credible source. Let's go.
Amy Nash, thank you so much for the super chat. And also Goldie526, thank you so much. Okay. That was me. Sorry guys. My stand is like, sick of you. Go home. My stand is sick of me. I work it too hard. Okay, hold on. What's going on? Oh, there we go. There was a thing and a thing. All right, so anyway, she says that she believes that there is no way Cassie could have consented. She believes that there was no way. Hold on. He believes that there was no way that Cassie could have submitted because at the end of the day, how can you consent
The gray area between hacker-hunter is not as gray as it used to be.
There are hackers out there that want...
When you are high out of your mind. All right, let's take it back to Chef Jordan. She tells one more horrific thing that happens. She said, oh, this is good. Listen to this. Oh, she said that Diddy was having a sexual relationship with and put blank, which to me was an added layer of control. Someone in her innermost circle keeping tabs on her and also keeping secrets from her, weaponizing her most coveted friendships. And I'm not sure Cassie ever knew about this betrayal. Over the years, I witnessed all of its assistants break down, and they each started abusing drugs or alcohol in order to get through the day. David started using drugs. That's David James. Genevieve, I'm not sure, but after the 2009...
Not David James as the England goalkeeper where, you know what I mean, Ronaldinho scored that free kick where, yeah, it was supposed to happen. No, where he definitely meant that. You know what I mean? Like, the English press sometimes, I don't think he meant that. No, he did that. He did meant that. He's Brazilian, all right? Ronaldinho is Brazilian. Like, they just have so much flair, so much skill. It's undeniable, regardless of any generation. It's like they're just born to be flair type of players. I don't understand it. It's amazing to see. But anyway, that aside, I know some of you in America think of football. To you guys, it's probably soccer. But no, the David James the David James that I'm aware of is a goalkeeper. That's why I'm mentioning that, just so you know. But it's not that David James.
Beating in LA, blank, she left not long after that. I would binge drink when I was told I had off and smoke weed to calm my nerves. My therapist would say I was self-medicating with the weed. On March 20th, 2024, the feds showed up at my door in Atlanta. This is the witness tampering. I was terrified and I refused to speak to them without a lawyer present. I was served with a grand jury subpoena before they left my home. By April 4th, Diddy knew I was contacted by the feds. Even though I had not testified yet, this terrified me. By April 11th, Diddy's lawyer, Aaron Driver, left a voicemail stating that they knew I was contacted by law enforcement and that Sean Combs wanted to offer to cover my legal fees. See, I guess he gave everybody the deal that Daphne got. I did not respond. And
okay. We weren't supposed to know the identity of Jane, but now we do.
I called my lawyers. They instructed me to disregard it. They said they would send out a cease and desist. On April 15th, Aaron texted me about the voicemail and stated in text that they knew I was contacted and reiterated that Diddy wanted to cover my legal fees. I was terrified because I didn't know what was going on. I felt like my life was in danger. On April 17th, 18th, my Cadillac was broken into. My alarm system was tripped. All my personal identifying paperwork and my glove compartment was taken.
When she said alarm system tripped, it just gave me flashback to a recent event. I ain't trying to remember that right now. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to remember that right now. Anyway.
Taken out and neatly placed on my passenger seat. All the contents in the middle console, which had a knife and jewelry, were also laid out on that seat. The only thing stolen was my dog. Hold on. My dog is like my...
Верните утраченные инвестиции. Если вы столкнулись с финансовыми потерями, свяжитесь с нами. Наша команда...
Child, okay? Hold on. She said my dog is like my child. I took this as witness tampering and intimidation. In my mind, this was a clear threat. So I called the police and filed a police report. I stated to the feds that were in my house 2 weeks prior that I believe this was intimidation, okay? Look who we have. Look who's coming. Hold on. Y'all see this man?
Good morning.
Mark Agnifilio.
How is Diddy? Is he nervous
right
today?
there.
You know what? We'll talk after.
Yana! There goes Mark Agnafilio. Okay, so we'll go. It's almost time for me to go back in court, but let me just finish this because this is getting good. So she said that her car was broken into, everything was laid out neatly, even knife and jewelry. My dog is like my child. I took this as witness tampering and intimidation. In my mind, this was a clear threat. I called the police and filed a police report.
Do you see why he would refuse bail not once, not twice, but 3 times? Come on, man.
Stated to the feds who were at my house 2 weeks prior that I believed this was intimidation because the person at the center of the case didn't want me talking. I didn't have proof that this was Sean Combs' doing, but I firmly believed that it was him. He was sending me a message letting me know it was how easy it was to touch me if he wanted to. By the time I was being asked for months to be a part of the documentary by Sean Combs, and I kept declining. I decided after Sean Combs made contact with me through his lawyers that I would do the documentary as a form of protection for myself in case anything more happened to me. I wanted it on record that he assaulted me, and I knew the brutal 2009 assault of Cassie Ventura fine, which is detailed on page 14 of her new lawsuit against him. Sean never denied the 2009 assault. He just threatened to end me if I kept silent. I took it as he would kill me. I accepted he might have killed me for my participation in the doc. Even now, and I believe he could still blank me. After the 2016 brutal beating of Cassie was released, I realized that our collective silence only emboldened Sean Combs. He didn't get help. He didn't stop. He just got worse. The fact of the matter is Sean Combs is an abusive maniac. He doesn't just physically, mentally, or financially abuse and exploit his girlfriends, but he does it to his staff as well. He has spent decades abusing almost everyone around him, unchecked. So many of us just wanted to create our dream careers, and Sean had us living in a nightmare. Reliving this all has been extremely traumatic. Seeing him essentially get off of the most serious offenses, terrifying. This was a miscarriage of justice, in my opinion. For him to now say upon his release he wants to become a DV counselor is truly sick. Him and his legal team should be ashamed of themselves. This PR media tour his legal team is taking just further proves how much Sean Combs believes himself to be above the law and that he has no remorse for the hurt he has caused any of us. Cassie said he raped her.
Do you know what's interesting about what she just read? It's so magic because you can actually see, or I can see, the PR moves that he's trying to do. You understand? Now I can see it, and he shouldn't be focused on the PR moves. He should be strictly focused on, you know what I mean, sitting in jail for however long Judge Arun Subramanian wants to give him. Simple. And then finding a way to, I will say reform, but personally I think he needs to rot in jail forever, if I'm honest. You know what I mean? Knowing if my instincts are right about certain things, do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Mia said he raped her. I believe he's a serial rapist. We are both supposed to testify, but were ultimately removed from the last minute. Now, she blanks out somebody else's name, so there was I actually think, I wish that they had just waited a little longer and held out and brought more witnesses up. But I think what they thought was that Diddy's team was going to have witnesses and they were going to have like people there. And I think they didn't want the trial to go so long. And then Diddy's team faked them out and said, never mind, we're not bringing anyone in. They said Sean Combs likes to weaponize fatherhood, his children, and comporter. When in reality, she blanked that out. Where were his kids while he was a menace to society all these years? Sean Combs is a billionaire, not a street-level pimp. He chose to use drugs to coerce women into becoming his own personal sex slave. He used those recorded sexual escapades to hold over their heads to keep them in check. He used his staff to get rugs, to facilitate and cover up crimes. He kidnapped Capricorn Clark at gunpoint. He was going to blank Kid Cudi. These things really happened. It's sick how it's all been minimized. Nothing what any of us endured was normal. The RICO was there the whole time. Sean Combs got away with it. Instead of being satisfied that he essentially got off, he chose to let his ego keep driving him. Instead of being thankful, he and his team have decided to make a mockery out of his victims in the judicial system. It is for these reasons I believe Sean Combs should get the maximum sentence available. I don't believe he can ever be rehabilitated. He's a master manipulator. I don't think he would be allowed to live in.
Master manipulator. It's mad, yeah? Because if Diddy is a master manipulator, but then what is Drake? I know you're probably thinking what the difference, but you'll find out soon. That's all I'm going to say, allegedly. Anyway.
I'm sorry, I don't think he should be allowed to live in New York City, New Jersey, LA, or Miami. He should have to relocate to the middle of nowhere, far away from the places he preyed on and harmed so many people. Not only do I fear for my safety, I fear for all witnesses that participated in this case. I know Sean Combs to be a very dangerous and spiteful man with a long memory and a panache for payback. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44.
Sincerely, Chef Jordan. You guys, that was a letter. That was that was a letter. That was a letter. And again, I love the way she gave testimony. Joel said, hey, thank you. You nailed your big story day after day. Diddy's worst day is just one of your best days. What's the next big scoop? There's so much going on. There's a David case, but also don't forget that there's another guy that got arrested for Diddy-like crimes. There's a few cases going on. I think I'm going to do a deep dive into a podcast. Aisha said, good morning, TSM fam. Thank you for being the voice of the people. Oh, thank you. You're doing an amazing job, sweetie, covering this case. I'm praying for you. I pray that Diddy gets the max sentence of crime. I am too. And even if it's max sentence, he's not going to spend the rest of his life in jail. You get what I'm saying? Chef Jordan 100% should have been on stand. Again, I think here's what...
But what if he does spend the rest of his life in jail? Hear me out. Because irrespective of the time he will get, the trial that's going on with Keefe D, his name is eventually going to be brought up again and again. Like I said, it's being brought up 77 times anyway. So naturally, if they find a key piece of evidence that links him to the whole situation, he's gonna get life, and he's going to be spending the rest of his life in jail. Just saying, like that's if certain things, you know what I mean. I can't predict the future, you know what I mean. But what I can say is, if this, because think about it, if the name gets brought up 77 times, surely that's something that to be considered, and that's, I think the trial like next year. And don't worry, I'll look into it. I'll do a proper deep dive. Get me, let's go.
What the media did, and they messed up. Not the media, the Southern judge. I think they got outmaneuvered by Mark Agnifilio. It was a smart move. They made it seem like they had a bunch of witnesses. They didn't want the case to go too long, so they cut it short. And also, here's the thing: when it's your witnesses, you have to like kind of be soft, and then there's a lot of cross-examining. I think they thought the cross-examining might hurt the case, and they said, you know what, let Diddy bring their witnesses and we can rip them apart on stand. And I think they were thrown for a loop, that they were like, yeah, no witnesses. And the government was like, shit. And they were praying that the case was proven enough. But as we see, that's not actually what happens, you know? That actually wasn't what happened. Again, it's a perfect fit, right? Listen, Deontay Nash said Diddy's psychological impact on victims, his release will re-traumatize survivors, many of whom remain in hiding for their safety. The court has a duty to uphold justice and protect those speaking out. Influence over potential co-conspirators. Release would allow him to coordinate with uncharged associates to retaliate or construct false narratives. No remorse or accountability. To date, he has shown no general remorse, only carefully crafted statements issued under legal pressure. This lack of accountability should weigh heavily against them and public safety concerns. The allegations include violent physical abuse, death threats, and intimidation. His release would endanger survivors. He talks about Diddy's reach being suffocating. He said he strangled him multiple times. This is Deontay Nash. He said he has caused lasting damage to the lives and careers of nearly everyone in his inner circle, past, present, and likely future. Some complied willingly. Many more felt coerced. He taunted victims through songs that contradicted the truth, creating false narrative that could never safely be challenged because of fear he instilled. He pursued Cassie through friends, despite both of us telling him she wanted no contact. He openly declared to his victims that he does not respect or care about the legal system. Listen, Deontay is suing Diddy. We already read that. We're going to read his whole lawsuit probably in a different day. We're going to cover that trial too. But at the end of the day, I just want to say, also, Miss Boss Divas at T said, so much love for you and all you do. May the diddler get the book thrown at his head and get years get years of concussions. Exactly. Listen, you guys, listen. We have to go into court. Court is starting soon. We are going to be out with as many updates as we can get. This is going to be a hell of a day. It might roll into Monday. If it does, I will be here on Monday. But at the end of the day, hey, what's up, Sam? At the end of the day, it is what it is. Let's get into this, and I will talk to y'all later. Oh, look, here come the ABC girlies getting out. The ABC girlies have arrived. They are getting out looking good. That is my cue to go into court because they know what time court is. All right, guys, I'll talk to y'all later.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets.
That was interesting. And the next live update will be in the next 13 minutes. So while we're here, oh look, I've been subscribed to our channel. But you can subscribe to my channel as well. Get me. I'm gonna put a like. Let's see what people say in the comments real quick. Someone puts TC, you crack me up. I love listening to your commentary. No better place to get my Diddy news. Someone put, thank you for talking to us while we wait. So many people are just setting up microphones or walking away, not you. You're putting in the work. So it says, morning, Miss T. So may God continue to protect you and bless you. And thank you for all you do. I'm going to put, I genuinely hope Diddy gets the max. So his supporters can feel the real shame. That is if they have any sort of soul or emotion. Do you know what I mean? Because the way they're acting like they don't have that. Do you know what I mean? However, what we're going to do, while we wait for the next live update in regards to what's going on, we are going to go to Art of Dialogue platform, Gene Deal, and we'll just find out more information on what Gene Deal thinks about Diddy. Hold on. Let me see. In fact, what I'm going to do, let's use the other one. I want to get to the most recent one. You see, what was I saying? Anyway, this was too much. Dido holds nothing back. Exposed Diddy, plots against Biggie, signed and calls out celebrities. That's an hour or 1 hour. I want something short. Gene Deal on how big. Okay, not that. Like I literally just saw what I was gonna. Hold on. Let's go back. Yeah, let's react to this one.
So if you want to make a remote income from home, and you're a beginner, meaning right now you have a 9-to-5.
My guy, Gene Deal, man. You already know why we here. The verdict, it came in. How you feeling about it, man?
Yo, my man, listen here. I really don't have no feelings behind it, but this shit is mad funny to me, bro, because we've been talking about this shit for so long. And like today, I was getting all kind of prank calls. People was calling my phone talking about, Diddy didn't do it, Diddy didn't do it, Diddy didn't do it.
Hey, yo, that's mad. Imagine getting a phone call like that. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Hit the subscribe button, by the way.
Do it and hang up. I was like, yeah. Then I had Unique Mecca Audio call me talking about, no, Rico must go. Rico gotta go. Rico, I was like, man, these motherfuckers are crazy. And you got people out of here celebrating, man. Yo, check it out. They are celebrating, but he's still going to jail. You understand?
See, they're celebrating. I said it earlier. How are you still celebrating when you know he's still going to jail regardless? Does that make any sense? That's why I said his supporters are got no soul and got no emotion. Because what's going on?
They celebrate, I was thinking about some stuff. I said, they celebrating for a psychotic, narcissist, a sociopath sex offender, abusing and degrading women, beating on them, brother, and having them appease him and his homosexual tendencies by letting random men, prostitutes, male prostitutes, brother, ejaculate their sexual juices on them. So
literally pause. And no Diddy. It's too graphic. Does he need to go into detail like that? Come on, man.
He can lick them off. Is this what's happening in the fucking hood now? Is that what's good in the hood? Tell me, is that what's happening in the streets, brother? Is that what the industry they came down to now? They celebrating him. This is what this man is. I talked about his character, bruh. In court, we heard stuff that came up that none of us know. They out here celebrating. And talk about, what Gene gonna do now? How Gene feel now? Gene good in the hood. I can go open up my refrigerator anytime I want to. Gene good in the hood. These people they don't understand. You ain't lived my life, bruh. You ain't been through the stuff I've been through, seen the things I saw. What you eat don't make me shit. And they wonder about how Gene gonna feel. I'm good. Bro, let me just say something to you, man. Nah, I don't like this. I don't.
Wait, isn't that a Jay-Z bar? But she probably stole from someone else. But anyway, isn't that no disrespect to Jay-Z, but there's certain rhymes that he's used that I realized, hang on, aside from Biggie, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, but he's still a top lyricist. But we said something about what you eat don't make me ish. I'm gonna get to that lyrics. I need to find it. I'm gonna find it, but let's continue.
With this, I said this 1,000 times. In the infamous words of Brutus, for all you smart motherfuckers, when he went to the Senate and said what he said about Caesar, I'm gonna say the same shit about Diddy, but in my way.
I always thought it was, anyway, Little Caesar, and I've heard Tupac call the name Little Caesar as well. So that's interesting. Just hearing it from another person that is, you know what I mean? Especially Gene Dore. All right, so what Jay-Z said in Heart of the City, he says, what you eat don't make me ish. Where's the love? You know what I mean? That's the lyric right there. That's a tune. Produced by Kanye, released in 2021 from the album The Preprint. If you know, you know. Get me.
I'm not here to praise this nigga. I'd rather see him buried. And y'all can say and feel however you want to. Because that's the way he felt about people we all used to be around and love. Y'all can't feel what I feel. Y'all don't see what I see. But it's good. The judge showed us today. They talking about some bail hearing. They talk about, yo, we gonna, because he had 2 charges. I don't understand that people sitting there talking about he gonna get probation. No, dummy. There's a mandatory federal guidelines that the judge has to go by. If he don't go by those federal guidelines and the prosecution don't agree with it, they can appeal what the judge ruling is. So,
and that's exactly what Tisa Charles was actually saying. So, yeah.
What they're gonna have to do, he's gonna have to sit there for at least 6 weeks. And they're gonna do what they call a pre-sentence report. In that pre-sentence report, it's gonna have certain guidelines that the judge gonna look at. The judge know the case. The judge know all what was thrown out. Judge know all what was contested and everything like that. The judge know the case better than anybody. Do you understand me, Mighty?
Hey man, what's up?
Man, I need a job.
Have you spoken to Jack?
Who's Jack?
Hey DJ, tell him who Jack is.
You just talk to Jack on the phone, he finds your dream.
So the judge is good.
Kind of advert was that? If you're trying to promote your music, doing an ad like that, stop it. Or if you're going to do that, make sure it sounds good. Or not, that's one thing. 2, can you please make sure it doesn't come across as corny? Like, it's different if it wouldn't have been corny if he did a situation where it was leading to the fact of he's going to help him get a job. But anyway, we ain't come here for that. Let's continue with this. Let's go.
The one who's going to decide. Just like today. Can we get a bail? His mama go in there and she signed for $1 million bail and all that. He think he getting bail. And then the judge read some papers. This is how dumb people is. Why you think Cassie lawyer was there the last couple of days? They already knew this was going to happen. What did I say, Mighty? I said that if it goes before January the 4th, it ain't going to look good for the prosecutor. Didn't I say that?
He said January the 4th, but he meant July the 4th. It's a common mistake. Not a common mistake, but it's a mistake. But yeah.
I said that means that they probably just get him on the sexual charges. But if it goes past the 4th, that means they really want to do their job and see and get his nigga a lot of time. Because they knew they had proved the sexual with the prostitutes, paying them to come and have sex with the girls and everything like that. But we found out a lot of things about this dude in this trial, bruh. A lot of shit none of us even knew. But they celebrating this. This dude is psychotic. I don't care what you say, bruh. You look at some of the stuff that he did, and like I say, that's what's good in the hood now. That's how y'all getting down now. Licking another man's sperm off his girl.
Stop, man. Don't need to be going into details like that. Come on, bruh. It's a good thing the time has changed for the new update that's potentially going to happen, but we're going to give it an extra 5 minutes or so. So You know what I mean? But anyway, let's go.
Nigga beating women. This shit was crazy, bruh. So now, when they figure out it's gonna be up to the judge, the defense and the prosecution gonna get together with the judge, and they're gonna try to agree on some numbers. The defense gonna get them some numbers. The prosecution gonna give up some numbers and stuff like that, and they're gonna agree to them. But the final decision is gonna be the judge. And after the judge read those letters from Cassie, lawyer, and her friend Nash, shout out to Miss Pleasant for being in the courtroom today. Cassie friend wrote a letter, a 3-page letter to the judge, 3 or 4 pages.
Just remember, this was like 2 months ago, so just bear that in mind.
Letter to the judge. And the judge made a statement that he had completely changed his mind about some bail based on some third-party letters that he had received. Third-party letters he received.
Introducing UpLearn, now available for A-Level and GCSE. Our interactive videos are meticulous.
Where was UpLearn when I was doing my GCSEs? Nah, I'm joking. Anyway, let's go.
The judge know Puff is dangerous in so many ways. The jurors know that he's dangerous in so many ways. The only reason that the prosecution went for the RICO and the racketeering because they wanted to take all his money. They wanted to leave him broke. But it's some guidelines that saying doing sex trafficking that they could still probably do that, but they can't. And this is my own assumption. Why they can't is because they can't prove that he made any money from the sex trafficking. You understand? If Puff made money through the sex trafficking, like he was selling Gina and them to them guys, or he was letting niggas hit, not Gina, Cassie and Jane Doe, you understand? Well, the trial is over now. Ain't her name Daphne? Yeah.
There we go again. Tissa mentioned the name. G. Dio mentioned the name. 50 Cent, even during the whole trial, was mentioning it. Hey, the game's up. Not the game's up, or the jig is up. The jig is up. The jig is up. It's Daphne Joy, isn't it? That is what it is. Because you got to remember, these two were in the court, in the situation, seeing the witnesses on the stand. So if they're saying it like that, then we're going to go by their word. But I mean, technically, the public shouldn't need to know that information. However, the issue is trying to protect the identity of the person when, in actual fact, she mentioned that her baby dad has a problem, or baby father, whatever, has a problem with. She's known that he has a problem with Diddy, but like I said before, when I was reacting before, it's like, why would you intentionally why would you go end up trying to be in a situation with an enemy of your baby father? That makes no sense. Like, to me, it makes no sense. That's just me. It makes no sense.
It's over. It's Daphne. The trial is over now. So if he was making money off of them, then the prosecution can go after his finances and shit. But I don't believe, and don't quote me on this, but I'm damn near sure they would have a hard time to get his finances based on the sex trafficking, because he didn't make no money from that. He was paying $10,000 a week to this and paying the prostitutes and stuff like that. So he didn't make no money. But had he made money and he was selling them off, yeah, it could, you know what I'm saying? It could be like that. But I don't think they have a leg to stand on that. You understand? But the prosecution did a great job. You understand? For what they wanted. I want y'all to peep game right here. They wanted to humiliate him, embarrass him, put him in jail for a little bit, which they're gonna do. And they wanted to take his finances. That's why the RICO and the racketeering came apart. Because they could have put him in jail, guaranteed 10 years, right off the bat. For what? The gun charges.
All right, before we get into that, yeah, I just seen an update. It says Diddy's children huddled around each other and in the support as they spoke today. Okay, this isn't necessarily an update. It's more of what's going on. As six of Diddy's children spoke, 6 of them, they all spoke. That's mad. At the sentencing hearing today, they huddled around each other in support. The 3 sons and 3 daughters stood together at the very small podium in the courtroom. One of the brothers was on the arm of the sister who was crying throughout her statement, struggling to get the words out at times. As they spoke in turns, the disgraced music mogul was visibly getting uncomfortable, shifting in his chair and placing his head on his hand. Yeah, shame on you. Shame on you. Look what you've made your children have to do and go through. Shame on you. And it's magic because you got to remember, it's not like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, how much money and how much power did he gain to still be able to do this nonsense that's affecting his children? You know what I mean? Because obviously now he's feeling it because it's like, it's hurting his children, but he should have thought about it in the first place. Just saying. So it's his own fault. Anyway.
They could have proved that real easy. They found the weapons in his house, in his room. You bring the officers there who took the room and secured the weapons. Where did you get this weapon from? It was in the 4th room down the hall, the master bedroom suite. You bring in the people who clean up the house. Who lives in the 4th bedroom, bathroom in the suite? Oh, that's Mr. Combs' room. How do you know that's Mr. Combs' room? Well, I clean it. How often do you clean that room? Twice a day or after the freak off, or he didn't have no freak offs at home. That's why they can't take his house and stuff like that, and he used the hotel. Because if he had the freak offs in the house, they could take his house for the sex trafficking and but he didn't do that. They didn't say he had freak off in the house or nothing like that. He had them in the hotels. So you said the 4th bedroom is Mr. Combs. You seen him in there. You clean the room, stuff like that. Boom, boom. Now you get the waitress, the waiter, the cook, whoever take him his food. You cook for Mr. Combs? Yeah, I cook for Mr. Combs. Do you ever serve him in his room? Plenty of times. So, which room is Mr. Combs? It's the 4th bedroom, the master suite, down the hall on the 2nd floor. And you took the food there. How many times you say you take the food there to him a week? Well, if he's in the room all day, you understand? 2-3 times a day, or whenever he call, he want me to make him a cheeseburger with applesauce. Whatever the case, So that's Mr. Cohn's room. They could establish that those guns came from Mr. Cohn's room, and under the federal law, because they was defaced, he was a mandatory 10 years. They didn't.
And that's why I'm confused to why they never went for that. That don't make no sense to me, but it is what it is.
Didn't even charge him with the guns. They had the guns in the description, but they did not charge him with illegal possession of a firearm.
Do not buy more XRP because you could be earning 3 to 8% monthly returns on the XRP.
Automatic weapons. You understand? Defacing the automatic weapons. They didn't charge him with none of that. I talked about this stuff for a long time. The federal government gave him a pass. I even thought they was going to do some tax evasion shit on him. Because 9 times out of 10, his taxes and everything, he was hiding money, doing all kinds of shit. Bruh, this case.
In the words of Dream Deal, listen there, bro. No, I'm playing. No, all jokes aside, latest update. It's not really an update, but play by play. Diddy and lawyers are back in the courtroom. Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorneys and prosecutors are all back in the courtroom after lunch break. Court is expected to resume soon. So, while we wait, it is what it is. All right, let's keep it moving.
Had nothing to do with really putting Puff in jail, because those people are educated enough to know they could have won that case by other charges and they didn't even go for it. They didn't even go for it. That gun charge was locked, sealed, and they didn't even go for it. Why? It was about them going in there, getting those tapes. I think the prosecutor name was Damian Williams. He was sent there and put that because somebody told him in high places. Puff might be the Black Jeff Epstein. He got all the tapes of some people that are friends of ours. They found out that he had those tapes of them. Y'all go get them. Why is the southern state of New York going all the way over in California and down in Miami when they have their own divisions? Why? People ain't thinking about that. They went down there because some people told them, yo, y'all go down there and y'all go get these tapes from this dude. Because we know he got them. And he got them stored in one of these houses. They go in there, they do a raid. Bruh. They brought out they said close to 900 some bottles of baby oil. I know this for a fact. When you do a raid, you do what they call a field test on any substance you bring out that house. You do a field test on any substance that you bring out that house. They not bringing 900 bottles of baby oil out that shit if it was just baby oil. Bruh, something is rotten in Denmark. They talking about they found roofies or some shit like that in the eye drops. You ain't find nothing in the baby oil. So when you did the field test, why did you decide to bring 900 and something bottles of baby oil out the house?
He low-key has a point, but again, I don't know innit? I don't know how these things work. I genuinely don't know how it works. But it is a question of why did they not go for that, illegal possession of, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can say it, I can't say it, but like, yeah, why did they not do that? I mean, the speculation at this point, if it is to do with videos that he had of other people, X, Y, Z, it is what it is. But irrespective of that, he still partook in a crime that led from a certain time frame, which is why he's been convicted of two of which he has the potential to serve the maximum or the minimum. It's that simple. There's no point in doing a speculation of why this, why that. There's literally no point. Otherwise, you're just going to give yourself a headache. You know what I mean? You're just going to give yourself a headache. But let's keep it moving. Hit the like button. Leave a comment in the comment section below. Make sure you continue to share because, listen, we still don't know what the sentence is in terms of how many years he'll be serving in jail. But we most likely will find out today. If we don't find out today, I'll be very shocked. But when we do, if there is on Monday, then we'll find out on Monday and just keep it rolling on Monday, innit? So let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Something is rotten in Denmark, brother. It just don't sit right with me. And people could say I'm hating in this island, that I'm just mad because men are still going to jail. I don't care for them. I don't give a fuck about them. Fuck him. Anybody who looked like him got his last name and came in on a boat with him.
Dude, Memphis is Tupac. F Diddy. Now let's get the full thing Tupac says. What do you say? Let me find it. The full thing. Hit him up. Like, I wouldn't know it word for word, but I do know it word for word. But sometimes there's certain words, because I have to omit some words. That's why I need to actually get it up, because it's easy to read off that without omitting words. Okay, where is it? Yeah, where is it? So, F Bad Boy as a staff, record label, and as a MFing crew. And if you want to be down with Bad Boy, then F you too. Oh man, Tupac was on one. And you know what's mad? It's just knowing that this. Let me save that for, you know what I mean, what's coming up soon. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you subscribe, turn on the post notifications. So when you're notified of when that's up, you're able to watch out there and then. Let's keep it moving.
When you do the people I love wrong, ain't no makeup, all this other bullshit like that. Everybody got me as being a fucking disgruntled employee and all this other bullshit. Get the fuck up out of here. I left at my own accord. Always kept 2 good jobs outside my.
But then my question when it comes to Gene Deal, it's just a question. There's like 3 times, yeah? There's one time where he knew about the situation that happened in the high school, in the auditorium, whatever you want to call it. And I fair enough, you could say that was just an unfortunate situation, sadly. I don't know how to explain it, but he knows of that situation. And then the second situation is the what? There was a second situation. I think the second situation happened to do with Biggie. No, yeah, I'm looking at the timeline. Yeah, so the situation with Biggie in 97. So hear me out. I'm just thinking, after that situation, why did you still go back and That's just my question. Why did he still go back? That's all I want to know. Because I think he stopped working with Diddy in 2000 and was it 2007 or was it 2000? Maybe 2007. Because it was a time. Because you know what it is. It was a time before. Because the time frame from where this case was dealing with is to do with a particular time frame, and so it would have meant that if Gene Deal was still there, he would have been there as a witness. Yeah, you get it. He would have been there as a witness, but because he wasn't, it was just before his time at working with Diddy. So I don't know. So that's an interesting one. That
Bad boy hustle. Outside my street hustle. And when I mean street hustle, giving parties, boat rides, events. Getting back to this case. This dude caught a blessing because Pimp Diddy got the charges that a regular pimp would get. Those charges is what they give Bishop Don Juan, Pimpin' Ken.
nah, why name them? Why name them? You didn't need to name them. Because now, if the feds come after them, we can only blame Gene Deal. However, if they are doing illegal activity like that, then it is what it is, all right? You know what I mean? Like I said, don't be doing a crime if you are not willing to do the time. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, if they've got children, they need to think about their children. You can't be saying they're doing this stuff to help feed their children. No, what you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Back in the day, those are the charges that they would get. He got pimp charged. So now he's pimping Diddy. It's crazy, bro. In this case, Cassie and Daphne both was victims.
We got an update less than 1 minute ago. The defense addresses trauma in Diddy's life. Get out of here. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying? No, for real. What are you talking? Your victims are going through trauma. You caused them trauma. Forget your trauma. Okay, let me not do that and say forget your trauma, because everyone's trauma, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, you can't use that as an excuse for your behavior. Just be accountable. Just say, you know what? He did wrong. Whatever time you want to give him, and we hold that. Do you understand? There's literally no point in trying to bring up the fact that he had trauma in his childhood. But let's carry on and see what they're saying. With lunch break over, the defense attorney, Brian Still, is now addressing the judge. It's Brian Still saying this. The same one who said, what's it? Oh, I forgot what it was. It slipped my mind. If I remember, I'll remember it. But anyway, in regards to Young Thug's case, but back to Diddy's case, the sentencing. Excuse me. Diddy has impacted so many people in such a positive manner, and Still was wondering how he came to this. Still said, I sit here with tears in my eyes because I can't believe we're here. Still said, you're supposed to be an attorney and you can't believe how we got here? You got here because Diddy committed crimes, which he is now convicted of 2 out of the 5 charges. And prior to that, you got on the team mainly because, and this is now me assuming, allegedly, Diddy said, you know what? Well, you helped Young Thug with his RICO charge, help him, quote unquote, got off. So maybe you can also help me. I mean, Young Thug is a rapper or within the hip hop culture, let's put it that way. And Diddy is also within hip hop culture. So do you understand how it goes? Do you see how it works? It's like, I can see you helped him. You can now help me. And to his credit, do you know what? Maybe he did help him. All right. So yeah, so he also says, please consider the following 2 reasons. I believe we're being, please consider the following 2 reasons. I believe we're here untreated. I believe here, let me read this properly because it's the wording. Please consider the following 2 reasons. I believe we're here untreated trauma, great trauma in Sean's life, and a ferocious narcotics addiction that got out of hand. If he had trauma, I'm not saying he doesn't have trauma. If he had trauma, seek therapy. If he had trauma, why did he not, why did he not make this? Because even in his apology video to, in regards to what happened with the public seeing, put it this way, it's apology that he got caught type of video. You know what I'm saying? Why did he not mention he had untreated trauma? And do you know what I mean? Why did he not mention that? Anyway, no, there's another update, so we'll get to that in a minute. All right, so Diddy's father was murked when Diddy was free. I'm going to have to mention this now, and I reckon Gene will bring it up. So if he doesn't bring it up while we're watching, waiting for the update, especially the main update of knowing how many years he's going to get, then if Gene Deal doesn't mention it here, I will find a clip of Gene Deal actually mention it, rather than it coming out of my own mouth and saying it. Rather than it coming out of my own mouth, then it's better to hear it from Gene Deal, because do you know what I mean? It just makes sense. All right, so Diddy's father was murked when Diddy was free. Still said, and Sean has no memory of his father. I can't imagine. Still said a few years later, his uncle, his mother's brother, overdosed on narcotics, a narcotics addiction that later in life would haunt also Sean. Hear me out. I'm not saying that it's not possible, right? But if that situation did happen, why are you now also yourself a narcotics addict? Wouldn't that scare you? Leave your answer in the comments below. Certain things that go on, yeah. Certain things that go on in the past. Don't think that it's I don't explain it. Let's keep it moving now. Where was I? So Brian still said Diddy's mother worked 3 jobs to raise money and moved to family to Mount Vernon. And then see, here's the thing, yeah. He mentions Sean's mother, but we'll get into that another time, because Gene Deal will also has spoken on these type of things. So yeah, we'll get into that another time. So Sean's family was one of the only African American family in the area. So for the first time, Sean encountered race. All right, let's get into the other update, which is like 2 minutes ago now. So the defense attorney describes Diddy's musical talent. I mean, if there's only talent he really has, it's for seeing other people have talent, and that's the only thing I can see. So that's the only credit I'm going to give it, and helping them mold them to become who they are. Oh, look, there's another update. Anyway, Diddy's defense attorney Brian Still said, Diddy got his start in the music industry by taking unpaid internship at a record label. We know this information. Why is this information vital for a sentencing? Because all it's saying, from my perspective, is making it seem like you're not making your client be accountable for the actions he did. What? Because he had untreated trauma, he should have a lighter sentence. How does that even make any sense? Like, does that make any sense? Anyway, let's keep it moving. His ear is better than everyone's, and he can tell what is a good album, what's going to be number one hit, and how many people should change how they're singing or the way that the beat's constructed, Brian Dill said. I will disagree in regards to that, because what he does, and this is just from what I've seen, what he does, he, not to say that inspiration can't come from anywhere, but he will get inspiration from other people, Tupac, and then basically say, use this style and do you see what I'm gonna say? Anyway, and then eventually, Diddy's name became known throughout the music industry. Said, yeah, his name became known in the music industry mainly because he was the executive producer that was all up in the videos, dancing. And then after the whole situation with Biggie, what happened was he forced his way to be on a, I think it was on, I can't remember the magazine cover. I think it was Rolling Stone, when it could have been Biggie's face for his memory, could have been him. Instead, it was Diddy that was fighting for that. Like, why? And then, you know what I'm saying? And like the title of the stream, No Way Out. And that's the name of his debut album. And then you also got to take into consideration how, because of the amount of artists he's had under Bad Boy Entertainment in the 90s, he was able to leverage radio station like Hot 97. And he also got, what's his name, Wendy Williams sacked from her radio job. Do you see the what's going on here? Anyway, I'm not even going into too much details in regards to that. There's some things I know, some things I don't know, but that's one of the things I do know. All right, so the next latest update is Diddy is so remorseful, defense attorney says. Diddy is so remorseful, defense attorney Brian Still told the judge. I've been with Sean when he has prayed not only for forgiveness, but for healing for anyone that he has harmed or injured. Brian Still said Sean wants nothing for himself. This sentence today is not about him. He wants to get back to his family for them. One more time. I'm going to say it one more time. The actions you do, if you know it's going to hinder your, if you, like, before you take action on anything, the actions you potentially do, ask yourself, will this hinder or help my family? You know what I mean? Ask yourself that question. If it's going to hinder your family, then chances are you shouldn't take those actions. If it's going to help your family, then chances are you should take those actions. Now, hindsight is 20/20, because sometimes you know how some people can do certain activities that are criminal and then, or allegedly, well, yeah, criminal, and they know it's criminal, but it's helping their family. That's another situation. But the consequences of doing that ends up in a situation that hinders their family. Get the point I'm trying to make. But sometimes, not giving age an excuse, not even age. I know some people don't see far past their nose. Basically, they think they can get away with things until they can't anymore. Do you get it? Anyway, let's just keep it moving. Yeah, man. It's just interesting to see how Brian Still was trying to shape and make the judge feel. I don't know what is his purpose. I just think Brian Still is realizing, you know what, I'm getting paid regardless. So let me just say what's on my mind. the other people in the defense team are also getting paid. Let's just do our job and we're getting paid. And when the money dries up, we dock. Nah, all jokes aside, nah, for real. I'm curious to know. I'm just confused why the defense is using these type of angles. So now you're saying, okay, he's praying for his victims. Well, you shouldn't have created victims in the first place. Do you see what I'm saying? And then at the beginning, you want to mention about Diddy has untreated trauma. Okay, but then you created trauma for your client, created trauma for other people, for other victims. So where does this end? That makes, if I was a judge and I'm hearing that, I'm saying, you know what? Let me take that into consideration. 20 years. Anyway, let's keep moving.
But the jury and probably was looking for more women that was victimized in the sex trafficking thing. And then if they would have brought in more women, and there was more women out there. I talked to a couple of women myself. And I was like, even the women who did the civil suits, the prosecution didn't want to bring them in because they were doing civil suits. And they knew that the defense would get on them and try to make it a shamble about, oh, it's about money. But still in all, when he go to jail, watch how many women and how many people come forward on their civil claims. You're going to have a lot of men come forward too. Watch and see. Our people got a strange way, and they pick and choose who they should be loyal to. And it's strange, bruh. How they celebrating this demon, bruh. They celebrating this demon. Do you understand that? The RICO law, you understand? The racketeering, criminal enterprise, and corruption, all this other bullshit like that. It was hard for the jury to take that in because when they hear about RICO law, they hear about racketeering, they think about the mafia. They think about the mafia. So they couldn't come to grips with that. And that's okay. But I know this for a fact. He ain't getting no time served. He ain't getting no less than 5 years. He's going to get the mandatory minimum or he's going to get more. He's going to get the mandatory minimum or he's going to get more. Point blank. So all you people that's celebrating and want to know how Gene Deal feel, I'm all right. This is my motherfucking Othello. This is my Macbeth. This is my tragedy in our time. This is our tragedy. Pimp Diddy going to jail. And I'm fine with that. I'd rather see the nigga going to hell.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business and made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free to use
hell. But if this is the plan that God got it for him right now, it's God's plan. And what y'all don't understand, y'all celebrate thinking that it can't happen in jail. They might put him in a couple of places before he make it over there to Madoc, R. Kelly, rest of the criminals that's have easygoing spots and stuff like that. But it still can happen there. Somebody get mad. Somebody got a relative or something like that he did something to that we don't know about. And they run into him. And they hit him with his own words. Take that, take that. Then what y'all?
Do you know what's mad, Jay? It's interesting you said that. Imagine this was 2 months ago, all right? The latest update, well, there's another update now, but 4 minutes ago, the defense attorney says Diddy was nearly shanked while in custody. Now, I don't know if that's true, but, you know. So the defense attorney, Brian Still, said that Diddy was nearly shanked by another inmate while in custody, adding that a guard narrowly stopped the attack. So the guard just came in time. That's interesting. And that's good. Because his life got saved. That's good. All right. I mean, Sean is not a typical person in custody. Everyone knows him. Sean is not a typical person in custody because everybody knows him. So you're trying to imply, what is he trying to do? Anyway, let's keep moving. It's a trophy for them. They recognize the recognition they get if they harm him. What is Brian still trying to say here? Because the reality is, the reality is, at the end of the day, it's exactly what Gene Deal was literally just saying. Although the take that is not necessarily in the whole shanking thing, but the shank could be used in as a double entendre. Do you know what I mean? So this one is something that this one I'm reading is based on his life being potentially, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So his life got saved basically. Anyway, that is it. That aside, so and it's mad. It's not the case. Oh, there's 2 updates now. It's not the case of it'll be a trophy for whoever. Like that doesn't even make sense. Do you know how many people that are known in the public and been guilty of certain crimes or convicted of certain crimes, and they still are, when they do come out, not like some of them, as far as I'm aware, they don't get into any fights. They're fine, and it is based on there's so many. I don't know what Brian Still is trying to do, bro. I don't know. It is what it is. Says Still said Diddy hasn't slept more than 2 hours consecutively since he was arrested. Good. You can't sleep at night, can ya? Neither could your victims. The irony, the sirens. The irony. Anyway, he eats out of bags. He eats chips all day long, he said. So who cares what he eats? Brian Still said, despite the conditions at New York City's Metropolitan Detention Center, the worst part of being in custody is separation from his family. Boo-hoo-hoo. You're separated from your family because of the crime you did, and you are convicted of 2 out of the charges. And let's be honest, he's been linked to so many other alleged crimes. So, you know what I mean? You just about got away with the whole the situation. I wouldn't even do a getaway, but that incident in '99. Do you know what I mean? Come on, man. He sometimes would tell me it's not worth going on. There's nothing here. There's no more hope. But his family, he could not again bring suffering on them. That would be that would just be more trauma to them. You are causing the trauma. The moment the Brian Still and the rest of the defense team realize that Diddy is the one that's causing the trauma on not only his family but the victims, and Diddy is not a victim. They're trying to make him as a victim. He's not a victim. He's not a victim. He's a perpetrator. Anyway, let's go to. All right, there's two updates. So so this update 4 minutes ago. In quote, I don't know who would trade places with Sean Combs. Attorney says, citing cash and lawsuit problems. Huh? Anyway, Diddy's businesses are gone, and so is his money. Tisa tells her right. She was right then. If Brian Still was going to be, well, we can't say they're right, but can't say she's 100% right in regards to that. But in terms of what he's saying, technically Tisa Tells is right. Anyway, so Diddy's businesses are gone, and so is his money. Defense attorney Brian Still told the judge, Diddy is fighting hundreds of lawsuits, most of which are frivolous. Brian said, but Diddy still has to pay attorney to fight the lawsuits. That does seem like a selfish antics, but anyway, it's like Diddy ain't got no money to pay me, so that's why he's got to be free so he can make money to pay me. That's what that sounds like. Shaw doesn't care about about the money. Then why are you mentioning it? He wants to go home to his family. Still said, I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Combs. Still said, get out of here, man. All right, so Diddy, the next update like 4 minutes ago as well. Diddy has punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him, lawyer says. Why would you say this to the judge? I'm literally scratching my head thinking, why would you say that to the judge? Like, because isn't it the judge's job to punish the individual by giving him the sentence that he's supposed to get? It's mad.
I'm gonna say. I ain't worrying about it, Mike. This shit is funny to me, man. This shit is real funny that the prosecution spent all that money, all that time, and all that resources when they had legitimate charges that they could have put on him.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what I was reading. So, they said short Diddy. Okay, so Sean Diddy Combs is a great man. He said, his lawyer Brian Still told the courtroom, "Yo, you're gonna say that because he's got money."
Other than the RICO, other than the racketeering, that gun charge is mandatory. So now you got to realize this. A lot of people going to bring up cases to the federal government. This becomes case law now. They went into Diddy versus the southern state of New York. It's whereas that they run in somebody's house, they find some guns in some rooms. The person is proving that they lived there. That's his room. But the federal government never charged him with him, and he never got time for it. You know how many people are going to bring that up in case law? So why is the federal government going after my people now? Why? It's a lot of people going to use that, bro. It's a lot of people going to use that. But I want to say, y'all, man, how do y'all celebrate?
Nobody talks about the fact that even if you're in a job and you're relatively happy in that job, you know deep down that it's not the perfect.
Somebody that we know, the practice.
All right, so let me continue reading that. Apologies, people. You know what I'm saying? It says some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, like a leper. Those people are wrong. Brian still said, "I know Sean personally. He's a great man who's being sentenced, but he still has done things that I would have dreamed of doing." I don't know what's wrong with Brian Still. Brian Still said that Diddy has punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. Why would you even say that to a judge? That don't make no sense to me. It will stay with him for the rest of his days. Exactly. If you commit a crime, naturally, whatever you've done, that lives with you. You have to. This is probably why he also continues to take narcotics, because he's done so much stuff, allegedly, to the point where he has to numb out the thoughts that go in his head. And now that he's more or less in a situation where he has to deal with his thoughts. He has to deal with his thoughts at least for how many hours of the day while he's in jail. He has to deal with his own thoughts. Anyway, said Brian said Diddy loved ones all say that after narcotics is a different person. The narcotics affected his thinking. So now you're using the narcotics to be able to say, oh, it's because of this why he's acting this way. But you do realize that whether you take narcotics or alcohol, it releases your inhibitions. So naturally, you're still being yourself anyway. It's just that it releases your inhibitions. Let's get to the latest update that was 2 minutes ago. Defense addresses Diddy's event scheduled for next week. Okay, here we go. Defense attorney Brian Still has addressed a speaking engagement that a prosecutor had said that Sean Diddy Combs had arranged to do in Miami next week. The October 6th event, Brian Still said it's not a speaking engagement, but rather a healing for Sean as well as the community. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson will discuss it further when he addresses the court later today, Brian said. Earlier today in the court, prosecutor Christy Slavic brought up the event booking, scheduling it before sentence was handed down. She said was the height of hubris. I don't know what hubris is, but that it's like do they feel like he's going to walk free or something? I don't understand. A speaking engagement. How that? I don't know. But anyway, in the meantime, I need you to pause. So I need you to take the time right now, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, turn on the notifications while I take another short break. But sentencing has to happen today. All right, so I hope you lot have made sure you hit that subscribe button and that bell notification. I do also want to make mention of the speaking engagement. I've just realized, you see, with that, I genuinely feel like they felt that he was going to get acquitted or something like that, because I think there was a acquittal hearing not so long ago, and the judge did what they did, and obviously, you know what I'm saying. So maybe that's it, because you know how it's just the not confidence, the arrogance. That's what I'm going to use. It's the arrogance to think they can get away, or what Diddy can get away with certain things. The arrogance, because he's gotten away with so much for so long. Allegedly, let me use the word allegedly.
Every woman that he'd been with, he didn't beat her. Oh, she liked it. That's what y'all say. He was rich and she stayed with him. She wanted it. Y'all giving a nigga a pass because he got money. Some of the girls say he them. No means no. But y'all giving him a pass because he got money. Some of the girls say he had dudes defecating and peeing in their mouth and peeing on them and stuff like that.
Damn, man. Damn. So, all right, let's get to the latest update. Diddy plans to move to Miami to be close to his mother if he's released, defense says. Anyway, if Diddy is released, the rapper plans to move back to Miami to be close to his mother, defense attorney Brian Steele said, adding that said, there's a new update, said that the Miami area has the resources available for Diddy to get the therapy and counseling he needs. So why couldn't he not get the therapy he needed when, you know what I'm saying? Why couldn't he not get it earlier? Why anyway? Brian Steele said Diddy would then be used by the community in a positive way. He is in a unique position that if this honorable court believes that it is something that goes into a special condition of his release, so yeah, he's in a unique position that if the honorable court believes that it is something that goes into a special condition of his release, then he will be speaking openly about what it's like to be incarcerated, what it's like to be on narcotics, what it's like to lose a global business, what it's like to harm people you love, what it's like to take the happiness from your family. If I'm the judge, I'm throwing a book at him. I can't even lie. What do you mean? All right, so the latest update, he's good. He's good outweighs he's bad by far. Defense attorney says of Diddy. Wrapping up his presentation, the judge, defense attorney Brian Steele said of Sean Diddy Combs, he's good outweighs he's bad by far. Brian Steele called Diddy a civil rights leader more than once in his trip. Get out of it. A civil rights leader. No. Brian Steele is taking the mick. He's literally taking the mick. A civil rights leader. If he was a civil rights leader, the differences that he had with Tupac, that would have never happened. It would have never happened. I'll tell you that from now, because Tupac was a son, is the son of a Black Panther. His mom's a Black Panther. His dad's a Black Panther. His stepfather was a Black Panther. What we doing here? A civil rights leader. Get out of it. Let's keep it moving, man.
Y'all giving him a pass. I got a phone call from one of my good friends, and she said, Gene, my friend called me, and she was screaming, I'm a, Puffy won, Puffy won. And I was like, I'm going to shout her out. Kim, I said, yo, Kim, he didn't win. She said, I know. But people around here celebrating and wonder how Gene Deal feel. I feel good. Because if that's what y'all celebrating in the hood, I'm glad I don't live there no more. I'm glad I don't live there no more. If that's how the music industry is doing it right now, I'm glad I don't work there no more. I don't work for nobody in the industry no more. And if you street niggas is holding this dude down, I'm glad I wasn't never in the streets. Because if that's how y'all giving it up, fuck y'all and feed y'all beans. That's what I got to say about that. That's what I feel about that. This case right here, it ain't over till the fat lady sing. And the judges want to be singing a tune for her. The jury made their verdict. They did the best they could with what they had. The people who wanted more, we was let down by the prosecution. They had more. They could have done more. But I think they were basically concentrating on trying to take his riches from him. And the law is funny. It says that if you sex trafficking and you paying prostitutes doing that sex trafficking thing, that they could probably take your money away. But I think it's more so geared to you have to be making money doing the sex trafficking, bro. And I don't think that's the case right here. And I don't know how they got that confused. Because it seemed like they may have gotten it confused, brother. But I know I've been rambling. You got any questions, man, that you want to ask me about this whole case or whatever?
Yeah, so you believe he's still going to do time for prostitution?
The prostitution charges has a mandatory anywhere from 10 to 15. But because I don't know what the minimum of it is, but because he's they would consider him a first-time offender, the judge going to know that he had violence. He may not have been charged with the violence or anything like that. Going to go to jail, and I believe the judge, after reading those letters that stopped the bail, the judge is going to hit him with probably the max, the mandatory max. And if he don't, it just goes to prove money always buys your freedom. Sometimes. It didn't Bill Cosby because they really wanted him. They really wanted him. There's some people that they can make shit up on and they'll get him and go away. They knew Bill Cosby wasn't supposed to go nowhere. That's why when he did his appeal, he walked out those doors. Diddy is going to jail, and nobody is going to be able to stop that. He's going to have to do time. Right now, he is livid behind those bars. He thought he was walking out that courtroom today. That dude, Nash, Cassie friend, wrote a 3 or 4 page letter to the judge talking about how his life and Cassie's life was in danger. And it must have been touching because the judge mentioned it. The third-party letters changed his mind. The third-party letters changed his mind. People, why do you think Cassie's lawyer was there for the last couple of days? Are y'all thinking? They already knew this was coming down. They already knew that they was only going to get 2 charges on those verdicts. He already knew that Puff's lawyers was going to go to try to get him bailed. Why do you think Cassie's lawyer was there for the last couple of days, showing up in the courtroom? That didn't dawn on you? Y'all got to make sense of this. They already knew that they was not getting the RICO. They wasn't getting the racketeering, which is together, basically. They wasn't getting the kidnapping and all this other shit like that. They already knew that. They knew that he was going to get the pimp charges, because that's what he got. The Mann Act. He got the pimp charges. So now in getting the pimp charges,
Continue to like, follow, share, subscribe, all that. Get me? Because I need to, clearly quality is important as well. So, get me? That's what that's gonna say on that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Diddy, Cassie lawyer said, yo, I'll be right here to drop this letter from my client. Your Honor, don't give him bail. They gave him letters. The judge said, hold up, we're gonna break for lunch?
No, we ain't gonna break for lunch now, but what we're gonna do is read the latest update. So give him to us and we won't let you down. Reverend Gary Johnson says of Diddy. The Reverend Gary Johnson has spoken in court on behalf of Sean Diddy. So this is what I don't understand. If he had this Reverend as a witness on trial, why was he not used then? Like, if it was not about giving updates, I won't even read this out. I promise you I wouldn't. All right, so Reverend Gary Johnson said he's seen members of the community supporting Diddy. If you free him, free his body from his incarceration and allow him to have probation, will help free his mind, he said. If you give him the opportunity under us to work for us, he won't be back in here because he made a mistake. He'll be back in here to tell you thank you. He said, Johnson said, adding he would be personally responsible for making sure Diddy is rehabilitated. I mean, isn't that what the jail system is supposed to be doing? Helping, the perpetrators, rehabilitate. Isn't that supposed to be the thing? That's so he can rehabilitate back in jail. I'm asking you to give him to us, and we won't let you down, Reverend Johnson said in closing. Nonsense. Nonsense. Nonsense.
We ain't coming back to 5 o'clock. It weighed on him. He got all the evidence. He know all the stuff that.
By the way, I'm not gonna lie to you. Unless the prosecution team is gonna say what they need to say in the next half an hour to 45 minutes, if they're not gonna speak, and it's just more of Diddy's witnesses or character witnesses, then this might go on till Monday. That's what it looks like. I'm just saying. I could be wrong, but I'm just looking at the time. Like, do you know what I mean? And if it's hit, you know what I mean? If it lasts till, if it goes on to Monday, then it goes on to Monday.
Couldn't make it based on litigation. He know all the stuff that should have made it but couldn't.
Why it is important to take care of your online reputation. Let's immediately take a look at some
The irony of that advert. Why it's important to take care of your online reputation, because Diddy online, his reputation, regardless of irrespective of this case, prior to that, he had a reputation of literally being a bad boy. Literally. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That's been his reputation. And in the words of Napoleon, aka Muta, if you know, you know, from the Outlaws. Again, if I can play that video, I will. But he mentions that Diddy is a scary person, or a person that is scared, and scary people do scary things. And that was in response to something completely different. Not, or was it in regards to this? Well, if time permits for us to react to that, then we will. But I hope it doesn't get to that. The only reason why, because I just hope the judge does the actual sentencing today and gives him the number of years. Because I'm sure the judge doesn't want to sit there and go through this over and over and over again. But he has to do his due diligence. He has to make sure everything is, done properly in it. So that's the only reason why I'm saying this could last till Monday. Because if you've got character witnesses, then yeah.
This judge was probably one of the smartest persons in that whole room. And he understood. Your brother, he understood that after reading those letters, Diddy is worse than old dog. He was a menace to society.
I need to rewatch that movie. I can't even lie. Ironically, anyway, we'll get into that. But anyway, another update. The defense attorney says he believes the court is in a difficult position. How? There's three options. Give him the lowest of the sentence that he, by the book that he says he should get, or he does like medium in terms of sentence, so basically not the max, or he got the max, or he gets close to the max, or close to the lowest. That technically is fine. But do you see what I'm trying to say? I feel like the problem is the defense team is not doing a great, once again, they're not doing a great job. But let's continue. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson is now speaking. The court's in a difficult position. I think, if I may say that respectfully, why would you even say that? That's one thing, especially if you're a lawyer. He said the judge is looking at the victim impact statement written by Cassie, Jane, and other alleged victims as, I mean, they're not alleged victims if your client has been convicted on 2 of those charges. So what we saying, especially when it comes to Cassie. So what we're saying, and as well as the letters and statements from Diddy and other ones, you find yourself, I think, saying you have 2 people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? Donaldson asks. I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is the grain of all those letters you read read and what you heard from the family. Defense attorney Mark Agniflow is expected to speak after Donaldson. See, this is the thing. The defense, respectfully, Xavier Donaldson didn't do a great job there. You know why? Because it made it seem like there's two different individuals. There's Sean Combs, and then, like, there's the real Sean Combs, then there's Sean Combs. Like, who's the real one? No, it is the same individual. It's the individual that decided to take those narcotics. It's the individual who took narcotics and also gave those narcotics to his victims to use his victims in the way that he would like. Do you know what I mean? So what are we saying here? Like, the judge, if I'm honest, the judge should just say, look, wrap this up. Last person from the defense team, last witness if we need a character witness, and then we go on to the prosecution team, and then, you know what I mean, just wrap it up like within an hour or whatever the case may be, and then the judge can just say, okay, I've heard everyone, boom, this is what I think, this is what I'm going to give. This is what I'm going to give Diddy. I'm going to give him this amount of years. Because let's not drag this out, because naturally he's going to jail. It's just a matter of how many years. I don't think these statements from his attorneys, from, you know what I mean, and from that character witness is not helping in any way. That's just my personal opinion. And obviously, yeah, his family is going to say nice things. And I get the emotional charge in regards to using the children, but you know what I mean? Only one of them is a baby. The rest are all adults. It's sad to say, but, you know, do they need... I'm not saying they don't need their father, because you're always going to need your parents, regardless of age. You're always going to need your parents. But it's like, Diddy did what he did, and he has to live with it. But anyway, let's keep moving.
And what'd he do? Nah, you don't get your get out of jail free card. You don't get to go past go. You don't get to land on go.
Hey, speaking of Monopoly Go, I've been playing that for a while, yeah, but I stopped playing it because I realized a certain thing. I'm like, hang on, I've stopped a certain thing. You know what I mean? Why am I gonna continue playing this game? It just makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. But let's keep moving. Let's go.
You going straight back to jail. You gonna sit there and you gonna wait. So, them people just saying that Diddy didn't do it, he did do it. He scarred a lot of those people for life. Diddy did do it, y'all. And he gonna go to jail for it. Because I said this on the last program. You might not get it when you're supposed to. But karma is a mother. You gonna get it somehow, some way, somewhere. And that's what's happening. He getting it. You know what it was? For him to go back to that jail, they let his mama sign and put up $1 million bond. He think he going home. This is the time he might go back in there and really do an Epstein.
Damn.
I wouldn't give a damn. I wouldn't care. He might go back in there. I know he heavy medicated right now. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. He's sitting there thinking that he was going home, and the same judge that turned down a $50 million bond just turned down another $1 million bond.
Here's a way to get a professional business number on your webpage that's connected to your mobile without a landline phone. First, get a business landline number for your mobile at airlandline.co.
And I feel good about that. I don't care. And when I say I don't care, man, it doesn't move me one way or the other. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm happier. You understand? I'm happier when I know this nigga is getting his just dessert. He's getting what he deserved for what he did to a lot of people. And I don't know anybody that come and watch this YouTube and they can front all they want to. When you start loving your enemies, when you start loving people that you don't give a shit about, that did you wrong, did people that you know wrong, did dirty shit to a lot of people. When did you start loving that? Oh, when you went to a Diddy party? Or because you want to go on a Diddy world tour, a reunion tour? That's when you start loving them? This dude wouldn't piss on you if you was on fire. That's how dark his heart is. But y'all ingrates is in the neighborhood celebrating, wondering how I feel. I'm still ahead of the game. Any way you look at it. Any way you look at it. Money don't make the man. The man's supposed to make the money. But we can't tell y'all that. Bruh, this dude was a psychotic sexual deviant that beat women. Y'all seen how he beat, well, we see how he beat Cassie. Gina told us how he beat her. We heard how he beat Misa. We know Kim got tired of getting hit, that she cut his wrist. One of the choreographers, when they had to making the band stuff, he did something to her. Countless of lawsuits that he settled out. But y'all celebrating him? Keep that shit in the hood. Because if that shit is good in the hood, I don't want no part of it. I don't want a big part of it, man. Because what it's going to do is, it's going to cause somebody else to think they can get away with the shit that he got away with.
It's facts what you're talking about. It's true. This is why I feel like he's gonna give Diddy the max. And part of me wants him to get the max, so that's partly one of the reasons. But I feel like the judge knows a lot that we don't, a lot that we don't know, a lot in regards to the case, which Gene has already mentioned prior. So it's like you need to understand there's levels to it, but it's mad when you think about it. He really thought like, did he really thought he could get away with a lot of crime, a lot of alleged crimes because of doing XYZ, and then realizing now that's why he's so arrogant. You see what I mean? To the point where even now he's still feeling like he can try and get away with it. Because I don't want to say imagine if he was to, if the judge said, you know what, I'll give him the minimum. He's going to feel like he got away with it. That's another thing. But he's still going to be in jail.
So I want to go back to the comments you made earlier about these tapes, and I want you to give more clarity. So you believe they only got Puffy because they wanted these tapes? Wait,
you know what I said? It took Art nearly 39 minutes to talk again in this interview. But anyway, let's go.
What do you think is on these tapes?
Bro, you got to realize you got people like Prince Harry. Prince Harry was at a Diddy party.
The same Prince Harry that, you know, the man them. Let me not say the man them. You know what I mean? But I've seen certain comments on like the Shea Borough whenever they post anything to do with Prince Harry or Harry Windsor and Meghan Markle and them and that. I mean, technically, it's going to be called Meghan Markle because she's married now, isn't it? So Meghan Windsor, like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, call it what you want, but you know, it's what it is.
You got some of the same Universal executives.
I mean, this is all speculation at this point because we don't know. I'm not saying we don't know those videos exist in terms of the videos itself, but we don't know what's on those videos because we're not looking at them, we're not seeing them. So let's see it that way, from that perspective. However, I do want to say one other thing. We've got a new update. All right, so head of a non-profit that helps felons rent to society describes Diddy's impact on other inmates. Oh, here we go. Giovanni Serras, the executive director of Reentry One, is now addressing the court. Reentry One is a non-profit that helps convicted felons with reentry into society. There is a constant factor in those that have participated in constructive programming. We noticed that once they are released, they are less likely to recidivate. I'm looking at these words and I've never seen this word in my life. Renter. Recidivate or reoffend, Cyrus said. He said he read the testimonies of Diddy's fellow inmates. His impact is so great that it changed the lives of those in the housing unit where Diddy is housed. He said, adding that he created similar programs when he was incarcerated. Sarah said that Diddy's willingness to help others in the detention despite his ongoing legal struggles demonstrates reform and rehabilitation. No, it doesn't. It demonstrates, how desperate he is to be able to do anything at this point to make him look good in the judge's eyes. Anyone can see through that. Anybody can see through that. Anybody. So when you say things like that, come on, man.
Diddy made it cool for, I'm just going to say it like this, man, whites to hang out with the hood dudes. Dude from the hood, he made it cool and safe for them to hang out with the white executives. They used them for that. They used them enough, whereas that now you got white executives doing Diddy-like parties. Remember the dude from, Frantic? The clothing line, the sports line? They was mad because they didn't get invites to his party because he was doing white parties, doing parties like Diddy. Now, I ain't talking about the freak-off party part of it, but I'm just saying, he was doing those parties, and everybody, there was rappers, or I think Stephen A. Smith said something about he was upset that he didn't get no invite. So it was those parties that everybody wanted to be at. So Diddy have on tape, he taped everything. He taped everything and taped everybody. You remember in his trial it came up. In his trial it came up. What came up in his trial? It came up that his assistant was right there. And Diddy told him, you want to show your lord to me? Gave him a condom and told him to sex the girl right there. He asked the girl, was she all right there? She said, yeah. That's crazy, bro. So now, you think certain politicians, you think certain actors, actress, they drink and smoking, we know they love pink cocaine. You know they got weed all in the air. They dropping ecstasy pills, they dropping some other kind of sexual pill. Man, do you think he ain't got nobody on tape, bruh? So now, can y'all go get those tapes? If he was blackmailing Cassie and Cassie's mother had to give him $20,000 for her tapes allegedly, you think he ain't bribing nobody else? Or people ain't worried about that that they got to do business with him because they know what they did at the Diddy party? So those tapes was important. And the federal government, when they showed some of the stuff that was happening in there, you could see the jury cringing. So it was easy for them to come back with those charges for the sex offenses, or the prostitution for selling and promoting prostitution. It was easy for them to come back with that. Listen to him. Y'all heard the same thing that I heard. When they raided his house, y'all saw the same thing I saw. They took computers, tapes. You think wasn't nothing on those tapes, y'all?
Like, I'm just thinking. I'm genuinely thinking that raw. Because when I'm casting my mind back, there were a lot of tapes that were taken, apparently enough, and the I forgot the name of the song. What was the name of that song that Diddy's sons used? I forgot what it was called, but basically that he was saying they raided the wrong property or whatever. So it's mad. It's mad. But we're just waiting for Diddy's sentencing. The sentence is here, but the sentencing is happening as we speak. But it's just the process is taking. I didn't expect the process to take this long. I thought the process was already done by the time I started this live stream. And then on top of that, then I realized, hang on, okay, it's not yet. So we still got to find out. You know what I mean? Had I known all this beforehand, I probably would just waited a while. But it is what it is.
You think they didn't log those tapes? Why did they hold up? Yo, I just caught a jewel. They used the tape that Cassie sent them. That Cassie had. They used the tape that Cassie had that they showed to the jurors. Why do you think they didn't use the tape that they got from Diddy house?
That's a good point.
Because that would have them had to log that in. It would have been public record. And at one given time, when it's a public record and out of this trial, you could go see it. You could go get those tapes, copies of those tapes, because it's public record. It would have been public record, bro. Dirty game out here, man. It's a real dirty game. They are protecting somebody. Why did Damian Wim, the first prosecutor, he trying to put it off on Trump? Oh, Mr. Trump is coming into office, so I'm gonna leave before he get here. Right after he did the Diddy, right after he did the Diddy raid, right after they got the tapes and everything, he retired.
Huh? He retired? Raw. Gonna look into that one. That's crazy.
Great job. Probably got $1 million house and all that shit somewhere. Because he definitely quit and tried to put that shit off on Trump. Y'all saw what I saw. Y'all saw what we saw, the same shit. Y'all heard the same thing that I heard. They took over 256, cameras and who had that many cameras in their house? I don't give how big the mansion is. It's crazy, man. It's dirty work. Listen, I know it's deeper than what we see. I know it's deeper. Y'all got to know it's deeper, bruh. Why wouldn't they charge this dude with the guns? Why ain't get charged with the drugs? They just put it in the description in the cases instead of charging with it. Why they took 200 some cameras out of there and we ain't see none of the footage or the film? We seen Lil Rob footage and films, and we seen Cassie footage and films. Why we ain't see them? Because they didn't want that shit to be public record.
Check your phone right quick. It's a video. Going around a King Kong celebrating the verdict.
I didn't even read what I was supposed to be reading because I don't know why the door keeps knocking. Alright, as in it's banging and you're shocked. Alright, so basically, Gene Dill's right. Damian Williams' resignation took place several months after federal raids on Diddy's homes in March 2024. So the timeline goes: March 25th, 2024, Homeland Security investigations conducted raid on Sean Diddy Combs' properties in Los Angeles and Miami as part of federal blank trafficking investigations. Then, November 25th, 2024, Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, announced his intention to resign from his position. The 13th of December 2024, Damian Williams' resignation officially became effective. Damian Williams' office oversaw the high-profile prosecution of Diddy, which including an indictment on federal racketeering and blank trafficking charges in September 2024. The resignation came as the case was ongoing with the trial set for May. Now the question becomes, why did he resign?
I get your opinion on it.
Everybody watches press the end. Sit down if you can't stand. God bless. God bless. It's like I'm living the shit is too easy. Switching it up. I fill you up like this drink in my cup. Also flash, you toss and make it jump.
So leave your answer in the comments below. What is the normal retirement age of a police officer? All right, let's put. I'm gonna ask this because basically, Damon Williams, the former U.S. attorney for Southern District of New York, is around 44 to 45 years old. So we're gonna get into this. Hold on.
Throw it back on me, dropping my blunt. I get paid to stand. Pull up on the whip in the front. Smoking the booze, that shit with some runs. I'm pussy clean, but got drunk in the trunk. Look, this shit gets us to try to play a victim. I was spoken, I ain't keeping shit in. W's in the chat, a nigga winning. Popping out heads, still spinning. But got them grilling me, they be taking shots, they contribute me, nah. Fuck the world, critics and the witness. Face clean, trying to dirt the image. Sitting niggas down and still on business. I'm on high side culture. It's always something I should prove. Broken niggas don't lose. I ain't one of them.
Looking at that, it's just like, why did it need to be done? Why is it anyway? Oh.
Do you have any statement? I work for A.
Man, why you have me look at that bullshit?
Ain't it? For real?
Taking off his shirt, doing push-ups, all out, jumping around. Come on, man. That's some clown shit. King clown. That's some real clown shit. Man, listen to me, man. Let me just tell you something, bro. And this is real talk. He's still going to jail.
Anyway, all right. So latest update is doctor have diagnosed Diddy with PTSD. What about his victims? Don't his victims have PTSD? Doesn't his victims have PTSD? The defense attorney says while exploring his past. Defense attorney Mark Agniflo is now addressing the court and is leading off with his team's main ask that Diddy it be sentenced to essentially time already served. Give me a second. There's nothing I can do about that noise, in it. I just have to deal with it. I hope that the judge just sentenced Diddy. Like, just give him the numbers. How many years? Like, do we have to go through this unnecessary drama, this unnecessary process? You understand? Like, all of this is unnecessary. We know he's been convicted of 2 out of the 5 charges. We know. What more does the judge need to know in regards to his character? As if that's going to make a difference. Just let him get the amount of time. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. You got the conviction. The verdict was made on the 2nd of July. From the 2nd of July to the 3rd of October, you got August, September. You have 2 months. You're telling me within that 2 months, you can't come to a conclusion and just say, you know what, we're going to give Diddy this amount of time, done with it. Do you understand? Even if you have to reread everything out and be like, based on boom, 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 like, based on these factors, he should be getting this amount of years. This is what he's getting. Deal with it. Deal with it. There's no need for all of this unnecessary thing of the defense team talking and saying, "Oh, he's done this and he's having his family, his children, his family, or whatever, talking." Then you have. There's no need for it. I know it sounds like I'm moaning and groaning and things here, but there literally is no need with it. No need. Like, if it was the case of okay, maybe this is going to help him set free, then fair enough. Fair enough. Do you understand? But naturally, regardless, he's still going to get time served. Or maybe that's it. The time served means that he gets acquitted, but I don't understand what that means anyway, because time served, it just it's either the low end of the spectrum of the sentence, or the max, or a certain range within that. That's all it comes down to. Anyway, let's continue. We're asking for a lot. We're asking for a lot. It says we're asking for a 14-month sentence. Agniflo, like one of his colleagues did previously today, raised the issue of what defense says is Diddy's traumatic past. Domestic violence tends to come from childhood trauma. So you want to create anyway, yeah. Agniflo said it's very clear that Sean Combs has a genuine psychological challenges. 3 doctors have found that Diddy has post-traumatic stress disorder. Agniflo said he acknowledged they don't really know what the stressor was, but suggested it could have been his father's murking when Diddy was a child. Yet he ended up becoming as successful as he did. Get out of it. Get out of here. And I think I've seen where he's talking about how he's trying to, I don't know what it is. I forgot. He mentioned something about his dad or whatever. I forgot what it is. But just get out of it, man. Get out of it. You don't. No. Relax. I don't understand the angle the defense is coming with. It's trauma. It's trauma. So you want to traumatize other people. I'm even saying a word which I shouldn't be saying anyway. But anyway, you want to do that to other people. That make it make sense. You think Cassie doesn't have PTSD? You think Jane doesn't have PTSD? You think Gina doesn't have a PTSD? You think who was the other one? Was it Brianna or something like that? You think she don't have PTSD? Do you think all these victims, do you think they don't have PTSD? You think you're the only one that has PTSD? Diddy has been diagnosed with a depressive disorder and anxiety disorder. Yeah, depression. Yeah, you know why? Because now you're not taking those narcotics anymore. You're not fueled with all of that intoxication to the point where you're numbing out your thoughts and now you've really got to sit with your thoughts. Sit with your thoughts and see how disgusting of a human, vile being that you are. But let me be careful with the words I'm saying here, because yet the reality is he is a human, and I have to be respectful at the same time. But all I'm saying at the end of the day, but then he hasn't been disrespectful to the others anyway. But anyway, all I'm gonna say is the defense are coming with an angle that doesn't make sense to me. And if anyway, you know what? Give me a second. I don't know what this door. All right, so let's get into the next one. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, keep it moving. Turn on the bell notifications. Prosecution is giving its rebuttal now, and Diddy will speak afterwards. Oh, now Diddy wants to speak? Now Diddy wants to speak? What difference is it going to make for Diddy speaking? Why did he not speak when it was time for him to genuinely speak in the trial? Where was that? Defense attorney Mark Agnavold has finished speaking, and prosecutor Christy Slavic is given a rebuttal now. Sean Diddy Combs will address the court next. All right. So prosecutor says this is the next update. Prosecutor says Diddy exploited and controlled his victims. In her rebuttal, prosecutor Christy Slavic addressed the defense argument that Sean Diddy Combs wasn't a pimp and he didn't financially profit off the blank acts. Really, what are pimps? Pimps exploit and control their victims. That's what the defendant did here, she said. Well, hang on. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
You happy because he didn't get the RICO and the racketeering, so he gets to keep his money. He gets to keep his inheritance. He gets to keep all the shit that they stole over the years from other people. That's why he happy. Him and Puff wasn't that tight. They used to go at it. People close by would tell that story. Yeah, that's still his father. But you and I both know that extra shit right out there, come on, man. Outside the court, the judge might give him extra time for this nigga and his antics. Puff not coming home, bro. And you got to realize at 50-something years old, he'll come out to get his Social Security or better. How old is he? Born in 69? We're like 54, 55, something like that. He'll come out and get his Social Security. He had to do 85% of his time. That right there, King Kong or Christian, acting like that in front of the courts, in front of everybody, they be taking these judges back
I just realized
information. These fucking,
if you know, you know.
The officers, they got people around there looking at that. There were victims in this case, bruh. And I know you happy for your father and everything like that, but do that shit at home in the privacy of your house.
Facts.
You still got a judge that's got to make a decision. And I heard about the mixtape.
I need the judge to make this decision, like right now, please. Like, hello. Do you know what I mean? People in the UK are also watching this stuff. Hello. You know what I mean? Like look at the time. I got a rolling done on TikTok all the time. That's what did Jay-Z say? No, this ain't a rolling. But anyway, all I want to say is, yeah, come on. We need that sentence to be. We need to know. I don't care if it. I don't want to say I don't care if it's 2 years or 14 months. I genuinely don't care. If I'm honest, it's more of the case of, well, he's serving time in jail, ain't he? And you got the Keefe D situation that's happening, so he might get concurrent type of situation. So there's that. So I don't know. You call it what you want, yeah. I just feel like no matter what he gives him, he's gonna be in jail regardless. All right. So all of this talk doesn't make sense. But anyway, let's keep it moving. I'll continue to give you the live updates, and we'll just continue to do what we're doing here. So yeah, let's go.
Hey, bro. I heard some of the lyrics is on there. But when do you grow up, man, and be who you really are? Because you ain't no gangster. You don't know what a gangster is. You a prankster. You a prankster, son. Stop that. I think when the people heard the mixtape and they called him out on it, and they was checking him and they was trying to check him, but they lost, bruh. They don't have no guidance. The dude who's supposed to be doing, I don't know if he's security, whatever like that. Man, what the fuck is you doing out here like this? He gets on the ground and start doing push-ups up with him. Bruh, for real? Man, put your shirt on and get your ass back in that damn car. Stop acting like you stupid. Act like you got some sense.
For real. Especially.
That's when they making the dollar make them, bruh. The dollar is making them. What you happy about? You got to realize they know his daddy's still going to jail. They happy because they feel like the government doesn't have a right to mess with nobody's assets at this time. The verdict on the RICO, non and void. Nothing. Racketeering, nothing. And I guess it was some kind of, what was the other charge? Sex or something like that? Not sex. They got the sex charges, but the RICO, the racketeering, and the kidnapping. The kidnapping, coercion, kidnapping, all this like that. All that was non-void. It went nowhere. It went nowhere. But you still partying? Your dad about to do some time.
All right, let's read the latest updates. All right, so boom. All right, so prosecutor, the defendant is a master puppeteer of his own image. In her rebuttal, prosecutor Christy Slavic addressed the surveillance video of Diddy Combs physically assaulting his former girlfriend Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel in California in 2016. That surveillance video may not have the production value of Diddy's video played in court earlier Friday, but it shows what he does when he doesn't know the cameras are rolling. Slavic said that the defendant is a master puppeteer of his own image. He uses his wealth and power to portray a very specific image to the world, but the image is incomplete and misleading. Why did that also remind me of Drake for some reason? Anyway, let's keep it moving. The other latest update. Only one of the 5 defense attorneys mentioned Diddy's alleged victims in their presentation, prosecutor says. Prosecutor Christy Slavic said, in the 5 speeches from Diddy's attorneys, only one of them mentioned Diddy's alleged victims. Defense attorney Brian Steele spoke at the length about how Cassie wanted it. Slavic said that's untrue and it's offensive. Slavic has now finished her rebuttal and the defense asked for a short break. Diddy is expected to address the court when the hearing is back in session. So it looked like I thought it was going to be a bit more from the prosecution side. Maybe they don't need to say much because the reality is, like I said, the judge can only can lean into giving a lighter sentence or give more. If I'm honest, I don't think it's magic because I'm going to be real, yeah. I don't think her rebuttal was strong enough, if I'm honest, but I don't think it needs to be at this point, because I was just thinking, for a rebuttal to just say, look, at the end of the day, Diddy's already been convicted of 2 charges, convicted of 2 out of 5 charges, and at the end of the day, I understand if you look at the way that Diddy's defense attorneys have tried to No, in fact, no, they did. No, 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 no. I'm wrong. 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 She did a great job. She did a good job. I just realized because when she mentioned about Master Puppeteer creating an image for himself when the cameras are not rolling, you know what I mean? When the cameras are rolling, when the cameras are off, it's a completely different person. And then obviously knowing that there's so many video evidence that they used, or not meant, I don't know how many video evidence, but they used video evidence during the trial. I guess it makes sense to why she can have a summary of that, summary like that, which kind of makes sense, and it does completely shut down the defense attorneys especially in regards to how they're trying to make the victim, trying to make Diddy seem like a victim when he's not the real victim. Do you get it? So yeah, let me know what your thoughts on the comment section below. But let's keep it moving. Yeah.
So he ain't getting life. Maybe he was around there dancing because Diddy ain't getting life.
Possibly.
But you don't never know what time it is when you go to jail, because it could be your life.
That's deep.
You could lose your life in jail.
That's deep.
So a lot of guys lose their life in jail.
But here's the thing, though, because I was wondering this, and you brought it up earlier about the judge, and I know he's professional, but he's still human. But you believe that video can have influence on the judge?
Well, the thing about it is, a judge supposed to be held in a high esteem, whereas that he don't supposed to have those feelings, and he's supposed to base his judgment on.
The traditional way of learning to drive is completely flawed. With our fast-track driving tests, we reduce the cost and time it takes to pass your driving test. Normally, you would pay a driving instructor
what's right in front of him. But the judge is human. And when the court officer, your judge, look at this, he out there dancing and stuff like that, celebrating. Judge might say, he could be happy. That's his father. Let me see if he's happy with this 10 years I give him. And some judges will do that.
Hey, yo, that's mad. That's funny.
But like I said, he got a mandatory minimum. And whatever that mandatory minimum is, after he come from his pre-sentence report, that's what the judge is going to give him. That's what the judge is going to give him.
What direction do you think Diddy should go in when he do get out?
Well, you asking me what angle do I think that he should take once he get out of prison, and that could be 10, 15 years from now, it could be 5 years from now. I don't know, bruh. But what I would want him to do is hang himself. Do an Epstein.
Hey, yo. I shouldn't even laugh. Wow. He really said that. He really said that.
That's the way I feel, bruh. Like people gonna look at that shit as being harsh, not godlike and everything like that. But I don't love my enemies. I don't know what you do to yours, but I don't love my enemies at all.
But for you to say he should hang himself, I mean, that's a little extreme. I mean, what did he do for you to feel like that?
Good question.
Bruh, I never really discussed the fact that my issues with my job with nobody.
And this is where some people believe he's a disgruntled ex-employee. That he's what I'm gonna say, but it's definitely more than that. But let's keep moving. Let's go.
You understand? Because people don't realize is that. Let me sit up in this a little bit. You know, I know people gonna say what they want to say. People don't realize this, brother, that it's a lot of shit that happened with us. as far as when you go do a security job and you willing to die for somebody. We was in situations that I could have lost my life, protected him. But that's what I'm getting paid for. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I'm there. That's why I'm one of the lead dudes in the crew. When he's with the same gang, when I'm working for Tim Dog, Buck Naked, when I'm working for Uptown Records, you know what I'm saying? I'm always one of the same guy, one of the lead dudes doing the security stuff. When me and Puff sat down and we decided that I was gonna have my own contract, I said to dude, whatever you do, whatever go down, you don't know me. We bet. Cool. You understand what I'm saying? It might be situations like that, but you don't know me. When Big got murdered, the FBI at my job, the LAPD at my job, I lose my job. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now I gotta fight for my job back. Puff ain't never give me a dime. And
Let's rewind that for a bit. What? Did he say he lost his job to the FBI agent? And I'm going to put on the subtitles as well.
whatever you do, whatever go down, you don't know me. We bet. Cool. You understand what I'm saying? It might be situations like that, but you don't know me. When Big got murdered, the FBI at my job, the LAPD at my job, I lose my job. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now I gotta fight for my job back. Puff ain't never give me a dime. And I don't think I was supposed to ask him for.
I'm still confused about that situation there. So is he saying, and you can leave your answer comments section below, is he saying that there were FBI at his job and LAPD at his job, or is he saying there were LAPD and FBI that were working his job, so he has to fight for his job? Is that what he's saying? Because that would be very interesting if the FBI, especially, like I understand the LAPD, like off-duty police on all that, I can understand that to a degree, but for the FBI, that's very interesting. Why would the FBI, me? And there's something else that I found out earlier. Well, I found out a couple of years ago, but then upon doing what I'm about to do soon, which is to turn on your bell notifications, and so when you're notified and when I post that content, you can watch it there and then. Like, I noticed something. You know what I mean? I'm like, raw. That timeline is very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, let's keep moving on.
Or either. It's only the right thing to do. But I didn't say nothing else. I ain't saying nothing. I did what I supposed to do as a man. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So basically, you never asked him for a dime, but you were working security for him, but he never paid you? I'm so confused. What's going on? Anyway.
I start crying. What the baby gonna do, bro? So I got odd jobs until I fight my case. You understand? Won my case. But every time somebody bring up something, every time I go through arbitration about something.
Okay, we have a update. And guess who has spoken? Bad boy. Bad boy. Oh man. I thought I told you that we could stop. I thought I told you that we could stop. Alright, nah, let me be serious, because this is a serious case. Alright, so boom. Diddy, I want to personally apologize again to Cassie Ventura. One of the hardest things that I have had to handle is having to be quiet. You could have took the stand. You didn't need to be quiet. You could have easily taken the stand, but you said no. Or your team said no. Or I don't know whose decision it was for you to not take the stand. So you couldn't have been quiet. And you were still not even quiet anyway. Anyway. One of the hardest things I have had to handle is having to be quiet, not being able to express how sorry I am for my actions. Stop the lies. Diddy said in his statement in court, I want to personally apologize again to Cassie Ventura for any harm or hurt that I have caused her emotionally or physically. He said, oh, what? First of all, I missed the other thing. There was one before that. He said, Diddy begins addressing judge. Diddy has started his address to the judge. I want to thank you for giving me the chance to finally speak up for myself. You could have spoken up at the time when it was needed for you to talk on the stand on trial. Because if you were really innocent, then what you would have said and the cross-examining, whether if you were genuinely innocent, there's nothing that the cross-examiner could say to you that will make you sound like you're guilty. That's just facts. Do you understand? Anyway, I digress. Diddy wearing glasses, looking over paper, or the glasses effect, yeah? All right. Began looking over papers. Began after looking over his papers and taking an audible Excel. Okay, we got another update other than the other one. Let's see what it's saying. Diddy says he apologizes to all victims of domestic violence. So, are you talking about victims that you created or caused, or in general? Which one? Which one? Which one? Because to me, if you're saying all, then that makes it seem like you're trying to pattern up and sweet up the judge. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what that sounds like to me. So Diddy also said he wants to personally apologize to all the victims of DV, cause I know that video, disgusting, despicable video, it triggered a lot of people all around the world. The funny thing is, doesn't he have a tune called all of anyway? And it's got Biggie on it, I think. All around, yeah. I seen the faces. Yeah, he does. So all around the world. You look and seem so guilty. You should spend the maximum in prison. Cause I know why. Hey, anyway. DV will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry, Diddy said. He continues. Addresses his children seated in the courtroom. Y'all deserve better. Oh, now you want to tell your children you deserve better? Well, your actions should show they deserve better. How about that? Diddy said he lost his business and his career. But most of all, I lost my self-respect. He said as he addressed the court, I've been humbled and broken to my core. I hate myself right now. You can hate me now, but I can't stop now. But no, it is. You can hate me now, and you will stop now. Let me speak it properly. You can hate Diddy now. You can hate Diddy now, because he's going to prison. You can hate him now. Hey. That is so mad how he's got so many songs that link to these type of situations. It's mad. It's mad when you think about it. Anyway, but isn't that technically a Nas song? Which is also quite mad. But anyway. I want to so he goes, he says, I got stripped down to nothing. You know, no matter how you made your victims feel, you made them feel like they got stripped down to nothing. And you literally got them stripped down to nothing for your deviant ways. Anyway, I digress. I want to apologize to my 7 children, Diddy added, turning around to face them in the gallery and named them, y'all deserve better. He turned again to his mother and said, he failed her as a son, and his voice breaking, he said, I'm sorry. And anyway, let me see if there's more. But anyway, that's interesting. Let's see.
Bring this bad boy thing up because you got to understand. They came and told my job, your officer was working security in California and he witnessed a murder of arguably one of the top rappers at.
Welcome to Next Collection to me, Georgia, where seaside living luxury.
At that time.
We got another update. All right, so Diddy once again says, I'm not this bad person. You named your record label Bad Boy Entertainment. And don't get it twisted. I understand when it comes to language, sometimes you can have words that seem like, you know what I mean? Bad can mean good. Because I remember growing up when I heard the word bad and it associated with good, like in slang term. I understand. Do you know what I mean? But he took it to the extent to the point where when you had a group, Diddy Dirty Money. Come on, man. Relax. Anyway, he says, I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community for letting y'all down. Addressing his mother in court, Diddy said, you taught me better. You raised me better. I know to whom so much is given, so much is expected. I failed my community. He did this during his address to the judge who will sentence him. Growing up as a kid, I just wanted to be a shining example of what we could do, Diddy said. I say we as a people of color that we could own our own businesses. There's another update, by the way. Take care of our own communities, raise our own children, solve our own problems, create our own wealth, take care of our own problems. This was my mission. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community for letting y'all down. Now wait. This latest update literally said Diddy begs judge for mercy, and I swear 50 Cent and G Unit got an album called Beg for Mercy. I swear. I 50's gonna troll this guy hilariously. Addressing the judge today, Diddy said people can change. I know I've changed. He said sometimes life events change your trajectory. Yeah, it kind of does, but you don't do a thing where you do wrong to people. Do you know what I'm saying? You don't do that. Do you know? Like, I give you an example, right? There was a time earlier this week, yeah, where something something happened, right? And I had 2 options. I could react how I would have reacted if I was like 18 or in my early 20s or whatever the case may be. Or let's just say 16 to 20. I could have acted or reacted in that way. But I didn't. I reacted in a way I said, you know what? There's nothing I can do other than, no, not nothing I can do. The thing that is best for me to react, the best way for me to react is vengeance is my, said the Lord. Like, I was having that recycle in my head. vengeance is mine, said the Lord. Vengeance is mine, said the Lord. Because I'm letting go and letting God. Do you understand how that works? Not to say that every situation needs to be like that, but it just helped me in my situation, because that could have been in a worse. I could have been in a worse predicament. Like, who knows? I don't want to say what could have happened, what couldn't have happened. I just know that there's consequences to actions or reactions. Do you understand? And that was a life event. And there was another live event, like literally the next day. Do you understand? And again, I could have reacted in a different way. And my mindset was like, even then, it's like how I would react when certain things don't go a certain way. I normally do something. Do you know what I mean? And I said, at this time, I'm not doing that because it kind of affects, like, it affects my goal, like one of my goals. So I'm like, let me not do that. And the next day, which happened to be this morning, I got one of the results that I was not looking for, but it was just so interesting to see that result, because it's like, wow, imagine had I reacted in that way, what I previously used to do, I probably would have not achieved I wouldn't have got closer to my goal. So I haven't achieved that goal yet, but I will achieve it. Anyway, I digress. Sometimes, another update. Sometimes no matter who you were before you get so shaken, it just changes your trajectory. Excuses. It just changes, excuses. It just changes you, and it changes you for the better. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. What's he talking about? These are not excuses, Diddy said. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. You can't change the future either. You can only react to the present situation, which leads to the future. I ask your honor for mercy. Diddy said, I beg your honor for mercy. Oh my day, this guy is begging for mercy, literally. This guy is literally begging for mercy. Diddy says, thanks to jury for his not guilty verdicts. That's it, I'm done. I'm playing. No, how can he do this? Wait, Diddy thanks jury for not guilty verdicts. Now, this is where he's taking the mick, yeah? While addressing the judge, Sean Diddy Combs thanked the jury that sat through the 2-month trial. Your honor gave me the confidence to believe in the jury, and I believe I didn't have to testify. You should have testified, because why are you speaking now? Diddy said the jury came and sacrificed their time in the summer. They sacrificed time with the children, and I thank them for the not guilty verdicts. But you're still guilty on 2 verdicts. So what are we doing here? This sentencing wouldn't be happening if you were guilty. If you were not guilty. Yes, we get it. You're not guilty on and what we're saying. What if he was guilty on all 5 of those charges? You're telling me what, he doesn't have confidence and faith in the jury? Like, what are we doing here? Anyway, another update. Diddy finishes his address to the judge. Diddy has finished his address to Judge Arun Subramanian, who adjourned for a 5-minute break. So, yeah, man, this is interesting. I think we are gonna by the looks of it, and I could be wrong, I think after the break, I think this is when the judge is either gonna adjourn for until next week. I don't know if that's the right terminology, till Monday, or he's just gonna flat out give the number of years that Diddy will serve today. I hope it's today. I genuinely hope it's today. But while we're here, while we wait for after the break, let's see. Let's watch this.
The New York State Division of Parole at that time had just got a lawsuit because of discrimination. It was basically a white agency. So they start bringing black young talent in to deal with the parolees because they didn't have that at first. You understand? So now, me getting that report and his people telling the FBI, the LAPD about me put a ugly light on my head with the agency. You could call in. Hey, Gene Deal stepped on my toe and he ain't say excuse me. Suspend me. And the first thing they'll bring up in the reports is the incident about Bad Boy. My lawyer told him on like the third arbitration hearing, why do y'all keep bringing this Bad Boy thing up? And he did this and he did that to try to mess with the arbitrator. Y'all can't do that, but they do it anyway because they're allowed to. Then I can handle me. I'll go out and get a job. I'll shovel shit for a living. But they put stipulations in where you can't work at a certain hour, certain time. Things change, bruh. I never fought this dude for me. I fought because of what he was doing to other people.
That's interesting. Damn.
And I don't understand why it's so hard. I don't understand why it's so hard that he said some negative shit about somebody and they lost their life. With Wolf. A dude that sit around and collect money for.
You remember I was trying to not make a joke, but I mentioned about wolf in sheep clothing. Yeah. And if Gene Deal mentions it here in regards to what I was more or less alluding to, that's him speaking, not me. Just saying. Anyway.
Him to make sure that he was good. This dude dies after he went to talk to Puff, where Puff's supposed to do something for him, and he didn't do it.
Traditional music lessons, apps, YouTube, they're going to take 10 to 15 years to get to level 10 on piano. New method is easier.
Cussing Wolf's mother, talking crazy to her. If Wolf was alive, Puff would be dead.
Damn.
Because he either beat the shit out of him to death or did something to him.
Why did that? You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. It's like, yo.
So it's not necessarily he did something directly to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Which he did do some things to me. Because if you mess up my livelihood where I got to go out to Miami and bodyguard Scott Storch, I got to work in nightclubs now. I got to get my hustle on to take care of my family. Then, bro, you wrong. You wrong. Dude been wrong for a long time on a whole lot of situations.
I'm sorry, you know what? I've got to do this. I need to post this on Twitter, bro. Nah, it's just a beg for mercy situation. Hold on, where's my thing? I want to get... Nah, I ain't got the perfect, you know what? Let me continue to play. Hang on.
And he know it. So you ask me, what he do to me? He did a lot of shit. As far as fucking up the agreement that we had, that caused me all the turmoil in the job that I went to school for, a job that I trained for, a job that I worked. You know how many times they came to me telling me to quit my job and become security for Bad Boy? Yo, Gene, we'll give you 75,000. I make that in my base. What is you talking about? So, I don't know how you're going to put that together, brother, but I didn't deserve the shit that he did to me, and I damn sure didn't deserve none of the shit he caused from Big Death, from Wolf Death, and being around the shit that he did and didn't do for people what we were supposed to love. I ain't deserve to see none of that shit. It is what it is.
All right, people, we got a new update. So there's two updates, by the way. So judge begins addressing Diddy. Judge Arun Subramanian is addressing Diddy directly now. He says he wants to start by making clear that Diddy being sentenced for offences of conviction, the Mann Act charges, and not the blank trafficking and racketeering charges he was acquitted of. Looks like we're going to get the thing today. I don't know. Judge says he considered the fact that Diddy inspired and lifted up communities. Judge Arun Subramanian said he has considered the fact that Diddy is a self-made artist and businessman who inspired and lifted up communities, and noted that his work and impact are celebrated and iconic. He said Diddy's successes are even more impressive given the struggles in his childhood. Judge to Diddy, the court has to consider all of your history here. The narcotics may have exacerbated your erratic and violent behavior over the year. However, the court has to consider all of your history here. All of your history here. Now, if he's going back to the 90s and him being linked to Tupac, Biggie, and then also being linked to, you know, the whole situation with Albie Shaw, you know what I mean? The Albie Shaw situation, and obviously Kim Porter situation. Listen, there's a lot to take in. Andre Harrell, Kirk Burroughs. What are we saying here? Craig Mack. What are we saying here? Black Rob. What are we saying here? Shine. Anyway. Let me see if I know what updates, because
Seeing this a lot online. How you feel about the people that say that you should be worried if Diddy get out?
Motherfuckers need something to say, bro. I'm not gonna worry about somebody that I bodyguard.
Facts.
I'm not gonna worry about somebody that I bodyguard. And God knows I could bodyguard myself with his blessing.
Amen to that. I'm not going to say that with his blessing, God's blessing. All right, so another update. So, judge says Diddy work history is impressive given the trauma suffered from his father's demise. Judge Arun Subramanian told Sean Diddy Combs that his work history, impact on black community, and entrepreneurship are celebrated and iconic. That's especially impressive given the early violent murking of his father and the trauma that must have left, Subramanian said. Do you see the way this is shaping up? This is interesting because it will make you feel like, oh, wait, maybe he might have a light sentence. And you never know. Even if he has a light sentence, so what? That doesn't make him innocent of the crimes he's been convicted of. Do you get it? Anyway.
I could bodyguard myself with his blessings, bro. I'm not worried about that. Nothing beats an ambush, and I know that.
All right, so boom, another update. Diddy abused victims physically, emotional, and psychologically, judge says. The judge also said there's no question that Diddy is devoted to his family. Judge Arun Subramanian, however, said he rejects the defense attempt to characterize the free cost and hold off nights as intimate, consensual experiences or just blank and rock and roll story. A history of good work cannot erase, one more time, a history of good work cannot erase the power and control you had over the women you professed to love Diddy. You abused them, then physically, emotionally, and psychologically, and you used that to get your way, he said. The judge added, I was sitting right here during testimony with Cassie and Jane. Until there's another update, let's continue.
But I'm not worried about his shit. People just need to talk about something. They want to have something to say, man. Oh, Gene got to be worried, so like that. So shouldn't I have been worried when he was out here on the street?
That's true.
When he was out here on the street, I should have been worried.
Because he was still talking, which is interesting.
Yo, bro, August the 14th, 1999. High-speed chase in Harlem. You understand? How I didn't know that he didn't send nobody after me then. Because niggas do that shit. They'll send somebody at you. I've seen dudes that do shit and they have niggas right there in the same clique and they didn't even know he did it. So how I know those 4 guys, 5 guns to my head wasn't sitting by him. When Roger Bonds come and say later that
why do you hold that thought? Let me or collect those thoughts. Let me give you the latest update. A substantial sentence must be given. Woo! Woo! A substantial sentence must be given, judge says. Judge Arun Subramanian, let me get his name right. Judge Arun Subramanian said the court is not assured that if Diddy was released, that these crimes will not be committed again. What is going on? I told you this. It looked like it's. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I don't know the exactly much going to give him, but the fact that he said a substantial sentence must be given, judge said. Judge Arun Subramanian said the court is not assured if Sean Diddy Combs was released, that these crimes will not be committed again. He said that acts of violence are unfortunately common, and a substantial sentence must be given to send a message to perpetrators and victims alike that against women is met with real accountability. But we still don't know the number yet. We still don't know the number. But to say substantial sentence and to give that lets me know, you're going to be held accountable and you're going to be used as an example, seen as you are this iconic figure, seen as you have done a lot for the community as an entrepreneur and all this stuff there. However, you have to be used as an example. Legendary. Right there, that's legendary, because it's a thing where, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, I don't know why I'm happy for. It's not about me. It's about the victims. And if they're happy with what the judge is saying right now, that's on them. You know what I mean? And because obviously justice needs to be served at the end of the day.
You wanted something done to Gene Deal. How I know? That shit made the news. I got 2 scars in my head to prove it.
Damn.
So how I don't know, bruh? You could be working for. I've seen this work for dudes. I was working for them. I went back to work for them.
Why?
Could have been lining me up. You never know. You never know. But this shit is over with, man. This shit is all this shit is over with. And for what I mean by it's over with, he had his trial. He gonna have a lot of what you call that? Civil suits. You understand? He gonna win some, he gonna lose some. Right now, he lost. Y'all could try to minimize it.
And based on what we just read, the latest update, and there's another update now. Do you know what I mean? A substantial sentence. Now let's see what this latest update says. Judge says Diddy irreparably harmed 2 women. Judge Arun Subramanian said Sean Diddy Combs' actions were serious offenses that irreparably harmed 2 women. He still feels the effects today. The conduct occurred for over a decade and with tremendous frequency over that time period. Judge Arun Subramanian said, why did it happen that long? Because you had the power and the resources to keep it going, and because you weren't caught. Chai! All right, next update. So Sean Combs sentenced to just over 4 years in prison. Sean Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months or just over 4 years in prison for his conviction on 2 counts of transportations engaged in. So it's 4 years in prison. That's basically it. Now, is that enough? You let me know in the comment section below. Is 4 years enough? But again, whether 4 years, I mean, it is what it is now. It's 4 years. You know what I'm saying? It's 4 years. It's 4 years. And the reality is, when he said substantial, I thought it was gonna be at least 7. Like 7 to 10 or whatever, but it is what it is. But 4 years is still something. He's still going to be in prison regardless. But that it makes me realize that 50 months is an interesting situation there. But yeah, man, that is very, very, very telling. Very, very telling. Very telling. So there we have it. We have the sentence. The sentence is 4 years in prison. So he's obviously gonna appeal. And obviously the prosecution team, I believe they still have. I'm not sure how it works, but I believe they have. I think they can also appeal for a longer sentence. If that, I don't know how it works, to be honest. But listen, we got there in the end. Yeah. It's been an interesting situation. Do I believe it's a fair amount of time served? No, not really. But maybe that's because I wanted to have more. But listen, he could have a concurrent charges, convictions. So that's another thing. Like I said, the one with Keefe D is coming up soon. So, and his name's been mentioned 77 times. And I don't know how it works in there, but once we find out more details, we'll get onto that. But yeah, man, it's yeah. I'm actually shocked that it was only 4 years. So 50 months. Let's just okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it, really. That pretty much is it. That's pretty much it. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 50 months in prison for related convictions. So 50 months, about 4 years. That's crazy. Because you could think, 4 years can fly back, and he's already. And when you think about it, if you think about how much time he's served, does that mean he's going to serve less than 50 months or less than 4 years? Just say 2.5 years because of time served. Most probably. But like I said, concurrent charges or convictions, that can happen. That can actually happen. But I'm just wondering if we can continue watching this.
By saying it was just sex trafficking and everything like that.
Actually, we don't need to continue because we actually came here for the simple fact of there's no way out. There's literally no way out when it comes to the sentencing for Diddy, because one way or the other, he was going to get years in jail anyway, one way or the other, and he got that. All right, he got 50 months, which is 4 years. It don't necessarily sound like a lot, but listen, any minute in prison or jail, whatever you want to call it, is a long time. He's still been taken away from his family. Get me? He's 6 kids or 7 kids or whatever, how many kids, you know what I mean? On gonna be visiting their dad in prison is what it is, and just gonna have to accept it. You know what I'm saying? As for the victims, I pray for the victims. If do you know what I mean? If they wanted more, is what it's mad because you want to say should they have been more, but it's still justice in a way. But sometimes I feel like deserves more, and I think that's just based on knowing the things he's linked to allegedly. That's making me think that way as well. And plus, I don't know the actual genuine law when it comes to these things as well. I'm all doing this in real time, so that's the other thing. But anyway, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Make sure you hit the subscribe button as well. Turn on the bell notification so when I do go live, you are notified and you can watch straight away, irrespective of the content. Especially if you're into hip hop, I'm telling you, there's more content coming. But yeah, man. Let me see what people are saying in the chat real quick. Give me a second. They're just going to come up. But yeah, it's an interesting. This might be the longest stream I've actually done. Oh, look, there's more information. Hey, what? Shout out to Luck. Get me. Appreciate you watching. Get me. So the latest other 2 updates are: Judge says sentence is a hard time. Judge Arun Subramanian said Diddy sentence is hard time away from his family, like I did just now, but also notes Diddy will have life after prison. Ready? Judge also imposed a $500,000 fine on Diddy. In addition to prison time, Judge Arun Subramanian also imposed $500,000 fine against Diddy. That the maximum fine he can order. Subramanian noted this was an upward variation from the guidelines, but said he was taken into account Diddy's immense resources, which enabled his crimes. Fair enough. But yeah, man, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Should he have got more? Let me know what your thoughts are. I don't it is what it is. He's got 50 months, and a $500,000 fine, which is the max he can give. I don't think the fine does anything other than put him in the league you know what I mean? And he got here's the other thing as well with Diddy, yeah. He's got other lawsuits to fight as well, even though many of them are civil lawsuits, and some of them might be not a federal lawsuit, but like a state lawsuit. Do you get it? So it is what it is. So it's going to be an interesting time in the next within 4 years. Do you understand? Within 4 years, we're going to see how things transpire even further. But anyway, because I already said when Cassie filed that civil lawsuit, Pandora's box will open. Now I'm gonna say, now that now that Diddy is getting 4 years, well, gonna be serving 4 years in jail, he's gonna be. It's not only gonna. We're gonna basically. Here's what's I believe is gonna happen. I believe more things in regards to more lawsuits are gonna happen, but I genuinely believe we're gonna hear. And we're going to finally get a closure on the situation regarding Biggie, Tupac, and also what's his name? Shakir Stewart, Kim Porter, and so many other people, especially Tupac and Biggie. For some reason, I just feel that's coming soon. Not just because of the whole Keefe D trial that's happening soon. Not just because of that, with Diddy's name being mentioned 77 times. It's not just that. There's just something telling me, you know when you got that instinct? The same way I had that instinct that Cassie's civil lawsuit will open Pandora's box and we ended up in this situation. I didn't think this would happen, I'll be honest. I didn't. I just think Pandora's box is opening, which is where other people were going to be talking about their situation. I didn't know it would lead to this, for him landing in jail. But anyway, let me know what your thoughts are. Oh, there's one more update. This will be the last update until, because I've been on stream for nearly 5 hours and 47 minutes and counting. That's incredible. Anyway, the judge to Diddy, you have a universe of people who love you. After handing down the sentence, Judge Arun addresses Diddy, saying he knows Diddy's likely in the dark place right now, but he and his family would get through. You know what? We don't need to read that. Now the judge is being sympathetic. Like, we don't need to hear it. You gave him 4 years. Done. You get me? Anyway. Yeah.